morning, everybody. How are y'all doing? It's a lovely morning. Are y'all ready for court? We are. I am awaiting a live feed. I hope this finds everybody well. Today, we are going to be following the Carly Gregg trial. For those of you who don't know, she's being charged of unaliving her mother and trying to unalive her stepfather. She is 15 at the time. At the time of the commission of the unaliving, she was 14. Miss Kristen, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Please take a minute and do the YouTube things and hit that like button, subscribe, share, and don't forget, we even have memberships now. Yay! Thank you, Miss Kristen. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we have memberships now. I am so excited, and we can do um, what are those things? Those super chat things. I'm being silly. Yeah, I know it's super chats. We have 10 birthdays. Oh my gosh, y'all. We got 10. All right, let's do this. Let's do the birthdays. Let me get that under good morning. And so we're going to do the birthdays to you. Happy birthdays to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, let's do it. Happy birthday, Michelle Walsh Vallejo. If you are in the area and you know her, please donate to the Texas Disabled Veterans Association. Amy, happy birthday. Oh my gosh, Andreas, really? You turned 21? Yay! Don't do anything stupid. Harvey Kreider, happy birthday. Donate to the St. Jude's in his behalf. Brandy, happy birthday. Sophie, Kaylon, happy birthday. Minnie, Joanne, Reagan, and Laura. Happy birthday to everybody. I hope y'all have an amazing day. Yay, happy birthday to everybody. Oh, if I miss a birthday, let me know. I'll shout you out again. Y'all, this chick had a good night's sleep. No headache this morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No headache. I have woken up, I think, almost this whole week since, well, I got my glasses Friday. I'm not sure it's my glasses. I think, I don't know what it is, but it's not been fun. And I am so relieved and happy to be waking up, feeling refreshed, feeling energized. And that is not normal. Sorry, I forgot to take my meds. Let's see, I actually was in bed before 10. I didn't go to sleep until about 1, but that's normal. 1 o'clock is early for me. Maybe that's why I feel like crap all the time. No, I'm just kidding. Um, Sorry, I'm fixing my coffee. For those of you who don't know, I have a coffee bar in my right to the left of me. If you're joining me for the first time, I'm Ada K. Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate having you here. We follow trials, and when available, I have my interpreter. I'm not going to interpret today. I could, but I'm not, because I will tell you, I am having an RA flare up, but I still feel good. But if a deaf person comes on, I will interpret. Otherwise, I will not. Just so people understand, there was some confusion about that. We Deaf people are very very understanding and know that they hop on, they want interpreting, they just have to wave. When I get somebody with just a wave and I don't know who they are, these hands start interpreting. So just so you know how that works. Right now, we are waiting for the court to start. Yesterday, I tried to catch up. I think I fell asleep. Yeah, I did. I fell asleep. But basically, they had some very um, not good videos for Carly that were played yesterday. And we went live last night. If you want to see them, go back to yesterday's live. And it was bone chilling. And when I say bone chilling, I mean bone chilling. Um, some people they're going to try. The defense is going to try. This is their first day, but the defense is going to try and say that her medication did this to her and made her kind of go loco, and um, and that's she's not guilty by reason of insanity in GI, and I don't think that's going to fly. Partially because number one, she was too calm, cool, and collected. It was it. She checked to see if it was clear to do what she was going to do. She was methodical. It was so sad, Morales. By the way, I'm missing my daddy today. He passed away a few years ago. This was his T-shirt. He was a dulcimer player. He played in a dulcimer band. Yes, he was country. We enjoyed it. I never got to see him do it though. That was just something he did, and I didn't get to see. But I'm channeling his love. The videos were sad. It was crazy to watch and hear what happened. Yes. Hi, baby girl. What? What, baby girl? What you do? Okay. Go place. Good girl. My puppers is next to me. So, the for those who were hopping on, this is the lady. I call her daughter Dearest. I didn't know. Is that good or bad? Let me know. Not the best at titles. Just saying. But she is daughter Dearest. Um, to the max. Um, I talked to a friend of mine who's a psychologist about some of this stuff when I left yesterday, and no, no bueno. They would not consider her NGI at all. Man, that coffee's hot this morning. Oh, it's good though. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Speaking of good coffee, let's hear a word from our sponsor. They are simply amazing. They bless me every morning. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yep, Miss C. Morales, that's what I was going for. She was crazy and calm. It was kind of scary to watch. Yeah, it was, y'all. Where did the little thingy go? Where did my little thingy go? No, I worked hard on that little thingy. Where did you go? Do y'all like that little thingy on the bottom? I don't know if I should call it my ribbon, but yeah, daughter dears is about right. Also, want to give a shout out to Trial TV. Um, they are phenomenal. They provide wonderful streams. If you like to rewatch or watch court without any commentating whatsoever, hop on over there. If you like commentating in the interaction, hop here. We'd love to have you. Okie dokie. Trial. Let's see what flavor is that, Ada. It looks like it's an orange brown color. Must be a flavor, but this is coffee, and I am having the Hill Country Ethiopian dark roast. Ethiopian dark roast. I think that's what the website is. God, I hope so. I just put it out there. Um, one thing that I hate, used to hate about coffee, is that bitterness. And this does not have that bitterness. The lower thirds. Thank you. I didn't know what it was called. In the biz, we call it info on the bottom or lower thirds at Ada K. Thank you. Um, Thank you very much. I don't know how to get it to where you have the lower thirds and then you have the ribbon scrolling underneath. I got to figure that out. Got to figure that out. I will. I shall, because I do have ribbon capability like that, but I got to plan for the space. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll do that now. I can do that while we talk. We do not have sound in the courtroom. This is the young lady. My gosh, they're dressing her like I dressed in the 80s. This is 80s, 90s. This judge is not playing. I'm just saying.
All right, Ms. Gregg, the state of Mississippi has has rested its case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's the court's duty to make sure that you understand that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. Do you understand that, Ms. Gregg? Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. Do you understand that? Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify? Yes, Your Honor. All right. I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step to the back.
Okay. 10 millions. 10 minutes, y'all. Let's see if the banner would work under that. It does! Yay! I figured it's out. Yeah. Yeehaw. Yeah. I did. I just did it. Yay! I'll be back at it. Okay. You know, I don't hate it. I've always liked that look. That I'm a tailored person when this chick was single and living high on the horse when I was young and making a ton of money. I had Ralph Lauren, everything in Victoria's Secrets. Kid you not. Um, I like the very tailored look with a little bit of lace.
All right. We've made a decision. Ms. Gregg, you keep looking at your lawyers. And look, you can listen to your lawyers, but I want you to hear me. You and you alone will make this decision. There are two decisions that you're required to make, whether or not you're pleading guilty and whether or not you're testifying. And at the end of this, only you will live with those decisions. Have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and what's that decision?
I'd like to wait and see what the testimony.
No problem. You can decide at any point before your case closes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. Or anything further from the state?
No, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As soon as the jury's in, we'll get started. Just see how many we have. Don't line them up yet, though.
Your Honor, we do have one issue for the court. Our expert witness has arrived and he's sitting in the court, and we would ask permission to allow him to sit in for the testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would inform the court the same hour, expert, Dr. Pickett and Dr. Goodwin on that.
All experts are able to sit on the court during any portion of the testimony. We got them all ready. Sorry. Yeah, hold on just a second. Let Molly get back. It's the only person we can't really start with that. From where?
Well, that's interesting. I think it was wise for her to wait. I think it was. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to type a banner.
All right, counsel for both sides approach.
I think that was definitely wise. Yay! I just wish Discord would let us change the color. That's my only wish. I'm hot in here, guys. Oh, I got off the subject. Let me get back on it. I was talking about my yeah, I know my alarms went off. My friend who's an psychiatrist, actually, I called her psychologist. And what's disheartening to me is people, I'm not saying she thought this, okay? I don't think at her age she had the ability to think it through. But it's disheartening when you have people who think they can get off from doing a heinous crime on the NGI when they plan it, and then they scream NGI. So that just drives me crazy. Yep, she's waiting to see the testimony. She's waiting to see who says what.
If he gives us a couple minutes to.
Sure.
Yeppers. It may not be needed, and that's what she's waiting for. I think it would be detrimental for her to get on the stand, period. I think that in the video, for those who didn't see it, the mother and her arrive home. She went to school where her mother worked. Obviously, there was some tension between them. The mother went into the room and got a vape. Now, apparently, this young girl was doing some things she shouldn't have been doing, vaping, God only knows what else. I don't know. And so the mother was searching the room, which is what my mama would have did. I would have done. And she, not hysterically, just matter of fact, walked into her mother's room, got her mother's lead shooter, hid it behind her back. She knew there's a security camera there. And she then
All right, stay ready.
walked past the kitchen and looked, see if anybody was there,
All right,
i.e.,
bring 'em in.
the stepdad maybe have shown up. He wasn't at home. And she went in her bedroom and 3 times emptied the lead shooter into her mother. And one was in the face. And then she went back in the kitchen with the lead shooter behind her back, sat down at the bar with her back to the bar, with her arm behind her back, put the lead shooter on the counter, grabbed her mother's phone, texted the stepfather to see if he was going to be home soon, and then leaves with the lead shooter because you could hear, I think
Good
you could
morning.
hear the
Everyone
mother.
follow the
groaning
court's
or doing
instructions
something.
overnight. Did anyone allow themselves to be view
Yeah,
any media coverage
very
of this or any
calculated.
social media coverage or any news coverage?
My
of this?
braid looks good today.
So everyone's shaking their head in the negative. All right, we'll begin. State having arrested its case in chief, the defendant may call any witnesses if it wishes. All right, for any media out there, please, would they have a minor, please cut.
This is true too. I mean, there's a difference. She wasn't raging out of control, full of anger, and just couldn't control herself. I've seen people who were on some meds and I've been called in as a chaplain in the middle of the situation, mostly to help control mom and daddy and family who were there. And just in case there is an unaliving of oneself. And there is an anger, there is a frantic, there is an out of controlness. And that wasn't this case. Yep, she could have grown up. She's got a brilliant mind. And sometimes the brilliant minds are the ones that struggle the most. Why is it still showing that it shouldn't be? Why? Oh, that's why. Shouldn't have. Okay, sorry guys. We got it. So to me, the meds aren't the issue. To me, the issue is the fact that the daughter knew exactly what she was doing. The daughter has thought about this. It was too smooth, too methodical, in my humble opinion. And my opinion doesn't mean much. But so that is where we are. I was not planning on following this case, so I didn't watch it from beginning to end. And our other trial has been rescheduled. So lucky y'all. Yay! Trying to get my braid even. There we go. My hair's getting so long. I love it. I love it. Oh, I didn't check anything this morning. My bad. Y'all, I got a lot to check. New Boone motion. Uh-oh. Let me see what this is. We have a new motion for Sarah Boone. Come now, Sarah Boone, the defendant, for an enlargement of time through the understanding. Counsel, okay. Defendant, let's see, honorable, okay. Hereby moves the honorable court for an enlargement of time to file defendant witness list, digital exhibit list, physical exhibit list, and any objections to the state exhibits for good cause shown states as follows. 1. On August 5th of 2024, court entered its scheduled order of notice of hearing setting forth deadlines for filing witness lists, exhibits lists, and any other objections hereto. 2. Undersigned counsel James Owen filed his notice of appearance in the court on August 30th. Dr. Julie Harper met with the defendant, Sarah Boone, on Thursday, September 5th of 24 at the Orange County Jail. Based on the interview, as well as other meetings she has had with the defendant, Dr. Harper formed an opinion that the defendant met the criteria for battered spouse syndrome defense under the law. Hence, they refiled that intent. They withdrew it, and then they refiled that intent. Yep. I'm like, what? Friday, September 6th, Dr. Harper advised the undersigned counsel of her opinion regarding the defense battered spouse syndrome. As a result, the defendant filed on Friday her notice of intent to rely on that. Yeah, Kristen, I agree 100%. Subsequent to the filing of the notice to intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome or battered spouse defense, or BSD, the defense is digitally attempt to gather corroborating evidence and witnesses in the support of that said defense. The defense investigation only began once the doctor formed her opinion. The alleged crime occurred on about the February 24th of 2020. The defense is having a difficulty locating witnesses and gathering evidence. Oh, that's her fault. Firing I think it was one or two quit, the rest got fired. Lawyers. The investigation is ongoing. The defense anticipates additional witnesses and other evidence will be uncovered. The court has set the matter for trial on October 7th. The defense is anticipating amending its reciprocal discovery obligations up to through the 2-week trial. The above referenced court order set forth the date of August 17th of 24 for the defense to file any objections. Defendant, okay. So they're asking for more time in the Sarah Boone trial. And I call hogwash. I call hogwash. I do. I call hogwash. Because I don't think the court's going to go for it. And if he does, it's not going to be maybe a week or two. The thing is she has delayed this so many times herself. And the attorney, like the judge said when the attorney asked, he asked for up to a year. 6 months, a year delay, please. No, this is what you signed on for. This is what you knew what the deadlines were. You knew what was happening. Too sad, so bad, too sad, so sorry, not. So it will be interesting. If they reschedule this Boone trial, I'm going to go boom crappy shit. I said ship because that's going to be upsetting a lot of us. I have arranged my life around these. We've already had the Adelson. Is it A or A? I like Adelson. Some people say one, some people say the other. Adelson. They've already rescheduled that one. They delayed that one. I'm like, ugh. The judge already said no more delays. She had more than enough time. We'll go back on the word. I don't know if he will. I don't know if the judge is going to go back on his words. Will there be a delay? God only knows. I'm not interpreting. I'm going to bring that down just a smidge. God only knows if there's going to be another delay. Yeah. Y'all. Aww. So yeah, we have a lot we have several trials that are having issues. You know, this judge is so fed up with this. I would hope not. But at the same time, he's trying to walk that fine line of getting it right and not having to do a retrial. And I don't blame him in that. But I think this woman's had more than enough time. And I'm so over it. I used to hate that phrase. People used to say it too much. I'm over it. but I really am over it. Um, I'm going to bump all this up just a little bit more and see if I like that better. Dear Donna's, I'll do 3 on that one. I think, is it the Adelson, one of the last big trials of the year that we have? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that one of the last of the big trials left of this year? I haven't looked at my schedule. I apologize. I apologize. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Delete. I hate it when you do something and then you can't find it. There it is. I'm bumping, trying to, me likes that more better. Okay, let me get rid of that. There are 11 people in chat. I don't want to be the only one speaking. Let's get to hear from your opinions. It's the Sarah Boone case. Miss Ann is here too. Yeah, Miss Ann is here too. Let me go and what are we waiting on? I thought they were bringing the jury. 12 now. Yay! Why did that happen? Okay. We this week what's happened, and let me go back to the Adelson trial real quick for those of you who were kind of in and out or don't know what's happening. The Adelson trial was supposed to be on right now. I was not going to cover this trial. I'm trying to balance the children versus the adult child, and we've got a lot of both. And Adelson was supposed to be in trial this week, and it has been delayed. The reason why it's been delayed, for those who don't know, is that her lead attorney is also the attorney that represented her son, who was charged with the unaliving of his brother-in-law over a divorce and custody issues of children. And he is one of 4 people right now. You have, let me get that up. Where did I put it? You have Miss Adelson is currently on trial, and she shares attorneys with her son, which is a huge conflict of interest. However, mother knows best. Sorry, I can't help myself this morning. I feel too good. She I'm pulling up my who's. Open. There we go. I got it. Okay, so Miss Adelson is the mother of. Really? It's not in beginning? Really? There we go. Miss Donna Adelson is married to Harvey Adelson. They have a son, Charlie Adelson, and they have a daughter, Wendy. Wendy married a Jewish gentleman. Now they're all Jewish, who was Dan Markle. They were married for several years. They had a child. Their children, I don't know if they had 1 or 2. They ended up in the divorce boat, and there was a custody battle, and where is the daughter going to live versus the father, how far away it was. I'm kind of giving a fast synopsis here, y'all. I'm not going in depth. So Charlie Adelson and his girlfriend, Catherine, who has a baby by Sigfredo, baby daddy, who is friends with Louis Rivera, who's a Latin king. Okay. So the son, Charles Addison, Wendy's brother, conspired with Donna, the mother, and his girlfriend Catherine, or Kathy, to unalive Dan Markle, the husband to Wendy, through Sigfrido and Louis Rivero. I know, it's a chain. Long story short, Charlie Addison's attorney, Charlie Addison has already gone to trial and been found guilty, serving a life in prison. The girlfriend is serving life in prison. The attorney for Charlie, hey, Mary Kay, the hey, toxic, good morning, good morning. So we're sitting here, and so Donna has the same attorney as her son, and her son signed a waiver giving permission for his attorney to represent Donna at the same time. His case is on appeals. Okay? His case is on appeal. And so he withdrew. Yes, I said it. He withdrew his what's the word I'm looking for? His permission. So she lost her lead attorney yesterday. Okay, let me go in to my UbiTube, as a friend of mine's kid calls it UbiTube. Let me go to this live and see. Why am I not going into my live? Go to my live. Come on. I have all chats clicked. Tell her to try again. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a problem. YouTube is really starting to frustrate me on that. It really is, y'all. YouTube is frustrating. Yep, it is. But nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do. I can only do what I can only do. I can try my best to get this fixed. So we are waiting for what? I don't know. I thought they were going to bring the jury, but they didn't. They just kind of put us in this little hold. They should have provided. No, I don't like their elevator music. Let me provide my own elevator music. How about that? Just make sure that you can hear me over it. There we go. I love watching a lot of. Oh no. Oh, minors are testifying right now. Okay, I got you. Thanks for the heads up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, children witnesses, we don't need to be. Yeah, that they need to be protected. Agree 100%. So let me go over. I'm gonna hop into Trial TV Live and say hello to everyone. Ooh, that felt really good, y'all. I don't know about you, but that felt wonderful. So while the minors are testifying, we're not going to have anything. I don't know why Squeegee can't come in. I don't know. Me no know. Why can't I see how many subscribers you have? Oh, 1,570 subscribers. Congratulations. Aww. I don't know why. You're not blocked. And I made sure on my end that it was open to all. You know how you click on it and you can make it all? Why does it keep going to top chats? I want all chats. I should pop out chats anyway. I have it on all chat. Why does it keep? That's there because every time I put it into a all chat, it pops it back. Why? Why? Now it's on live. Now it's on live chat. Try again. Try again. Yay, Kristen! Congratulations! Woohoo! I can't believe just a matter of 4.5 months ago I was where you are. They're coming back, y'all. Yep. I have an ottoman under my desk. And I have a pillow on it. And I'm propping up my legs. I need to prop up my oh, Tucker's here. I may have to run. Let's see if Matt gets up here in time. Yeah, he does. I may have to help my son answer the shop door. Okay, and we're back. Yes, you will. Was- And can you please tell who the lady was who was on your live yesterday speaking with the gray hair in the hallway? Who was that, please? Trial TV Live. I'd like to know.
Make sure you can speak to the last person in the jury box can hear you. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
And this is what is his name? I never got his name. Singing? Kristen, where is he singing? Is he a barber shopper? So is her father testifying? Her stepfather testifying on her behalf? I thought he testified for the state. Gone for, oh, he can't sing. I thought, man, the only group I know that goes for 4 days for vacation and sings is the barber shoppers. I used to be one. I miss it. I miss singing. What? Can't you seem to get to work? It will. We believe it will, Kristen.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And you testified, let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
Aww.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
And
Aww.
were any photographs taken?
Yes.
And was that, how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now.
Oh,
They're running around playing all the time.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We we actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point. A year and a half later.
I'm trying,
so
Britt. I'm
we
trying.
had got it all set up to get him, and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us, and she was pretty
Thank you.
surprised to take them back with that one.
Britt.
And
Yay.
on any
Woohoo.
typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents, so sometimes we would go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, I'm not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They like running and going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We had got her at Christmas one year, and
You're amazing, Miss Britt. We appreciate
try to
you.
take it
I
easy.
think, were you the first or
And
one of the
do
first?
you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes,
When was that?
it was June 13th of 2020.
Okay. And do you recall about when you and
Yeah.
Ashley surprised Carly? with
Talking
that
to
puppy?
Friendly.
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So
Y'all, he testified for the state, and now he's testifying for the defense. He was more of a hostile for the state, not officially, but he's on his stepdaughter's side, which is confusing for me. Why are you so loving and supportive, and she's not even your child? I kind of wonder if something's. Kind of wonder if he wasn't part of this. I don't know. She shot him right through here, but I don't know. It's just weird. I know he loves her, but there just something doesn't set right here for me.
would that be September 2021?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether or not you guys took any
Yeah.
photos?
We
after wedding?
did. I guess it would have been 2022. It'll be 2 in a month, so.
Oh, you mean when you got the puppy?
Yeah. when we
That's
got the
right.
puppy.
You were the first
And did you
We
and
had just
Ashley,
launched,
have an
too.
opportunity to take any
that day.
photos once you got home with the dog?
Yeah, I've got video of him meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady
I
that
get
we
it,
picked him up
Kristen.
from.
I get it.
Your Honor, may I
It
approach?
just, yeah, that's the whole word for this. Yep. Good point.
Mr. Smylie?
I understand he loves her. I understand that's the only father
Do you
he's
recognize
had.
who's in that first photograph?
But she tried to
Yes.
unalive
Who's
him
in the first
too.
photograph?
That's
Ashley,
where I'm kind of
myself, and
like-
Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
Okay. And do people in, is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes,
And
I
the
can take
second
that.
photograph.
I'm
who's
here.
in
I'll
that
be right back.
photograph?
that's Ashley and Carly.
And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
Same day before we got married.
And is that an accurate depiction
Yes,
of what you observed that day?
yes.
That's photographed there.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. Court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only. Court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, it'll be marked S3 all purposes, D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Hand it to the bailiff.
Are you guys liking the ticker on the bottom? Yay! Another one. Woohoo! Y'all are awesome. I can accept that. Yes, she is. Thank you, Kristen.
Who's in that photograph there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay, and can you give me a month and year for when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay, and who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction as you
Yes.
recall it that time?
Yes,
And who took the first photograph?
I did.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate depiction of what
Yes,
you photographed at that time?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection as to relevance and remoteness.
Yes, sir.
Overrule
Approach.
objection as to remoteness, they'll be enter his defense next in number.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
Would handle it the back.
Oh, thank you, Mary Kay. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that's huge. Thank you, Mary Kay. I love and appreciate you. I really do. And your artwork is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Thank you for being here. You're a blessing. Thank you so much. Good morning, Kay Swan. Good morning, everybody. I like the outfit, but not on her. I want to see that young girl in more age appropriate clothing. Oh, that doesn't fit her. Fits me. That was my generation. For her. If it was all one color, I think it'd look great. Honestly, y'all, a lot of the clothes probably coming from Goodwill. Sometimes it does. Especially if the JOD's giving it to them. Thank you so much, Mary Kay. How you feeling today, love? Case one, I used to wear that. I probably had that in a dress. That is a dress. It was straight down. It was so late 80s. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely late 80s. And I looked good in it.
Keith, I have one last photograph for you here. Can you tell me
I could
who's in
probably
that
find a
photograph?
photo
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
in my photo album.
Can you tell me
We don't even have
that
those
when that
anymore.
photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm gonna get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur. Judge Arthur, we would ask that photograph be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. We sustain this to remoteness and cumulative market D next to number for identification purposes only.
I'm sorry, Ron. What can I do? I have a question for you. So, Mary Kay, I'm going to type it in Discord.
Cross-examination.
Meet me over in Discord. It's native.
Yes, ma'am.
Keith, I've handed you two exhibits, Exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was Exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was
Marianne, go to Discord,
accurate
please.
description of the
I'm
way
Mary
it
Kay.
actually looked,
Sorry.
in physical appearance the last day you saw her alive.
Oh.
Yes, I guess.
Hate the smell of mothballs. Hate it.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
you agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19th, 2024, get a day older, will we?
Me and my daughter.
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's actions?
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020.
Kristen.
Would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the defense table.
Uh,
Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
Wrong kind
She
of
doesn't
joke.
look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later.
I thought you were talking about the
Really?
granny clothes.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
Yes. And it's the bail.
I thought you were making a reference to the granny clothes. I thought you were going to tell me she smells like mothballs. Not, oh, you're so bad. Can't even, now I can't. Girl. You gonna get me? You
May I
gonna
proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smylie, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, it has changed.
Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were
Objection,
taken?
Your Honor. Improper redirect.
Sustained.
Heath, on cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Is there any
Talking
other
about her
way in which you
demeanor.
feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair is different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day.
Personality.
Okay, thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
He's
Was
not getting
finally
it.
Released by the defense,
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your testimony, and I'm sorry you'll have to wait outside the courtroom. Okay. Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Deputy Stack, and if we can have just a few minutes, we can set.
All right, Mr. Levingston, go on ahead and set up the monitor. Call.
Did I lose you, Mary Kay?
Did you mean Shaq?
Jack.
Shaq. Okay.
Yep. True. Mm. All of this jostling around drives my hearing aids nuts. What y'all don't realize, is I'm listening through the hearing aids, and they're sitting right close to my eardrum. It hurts, y'all. It does not feel good. Who is this?
Put yourself up to the microphone. Speak loud enough Okay, you don't have to talk directly into the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
While they're hooking that up, do you understand that you're now under oath? Your answers, these sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who are you?
Yes.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Tony Shack,
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal interdiction.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I didn't know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock traffic, 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. Is my stepdad okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene. Is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And so finally, evidently, you were told to bring her to the
Yes,
scene.
that's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay. And you've seen your video from that night.
Yes.
Or from that day, and you
Yes.
remember it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you
I
remember?
muted it.
You
Yes.
muted it.
That's correct.
Okay. And you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about heard, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay. You're in the let me just understand correct.
Okay.
Okay. There you have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And it says you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained as the leading.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And I think, is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during this particular situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what basis? Leading. Sustained as the leading.
What is the policy on the Rankin County Sheriff's Department's use of body cams?
Yeah, I mean the policy is that you're to whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused? Is it just when you're communicating, or are you supposed to have it on all the time while the case is going?
Well, you're supposed to carry it on all times while the case is going on, but at the time I was talking about something different, so yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that. That's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you put? I thought didn't you have a report and you put in your report?
I don't recall that. I don't recall.
You didn't know what to tell her exactly?
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
Mm-hmm. And so, but she was asking at that point, okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
No, she never asked about her, but she only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence? Yes. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, or Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time. And, Your Honor, we
Here we go into the wild blue yonder. Y'all. This is going to be interesting defense. Mary Kay, I hope I didn't offend you or lose you. Hope you're feeling okay. I was chatting with her and then it happens. Kristen, thank you for modding for me today. I really greatly appreciate you so very much. You are awesome. And your insight's really good. Appreciate you so very much. Mary Kay, thank you so very much. Love. Congratulations to Bull Butter, Dr. Bull Butter, for being with us for 1 month. And hello, it's Britt, was our very first member. Thank you so much. Miss Britt, I hope you don't mind I say your name that way. I shouldn't be doing that. My bad. I apologize. If it offends you, let me know. I apologize. I just love the name. I just love it. I love how it rolls. Hello, it's Britt. It just fits. Oh. You may not want me to do that. Hello, Britt. All right. I'm not making fun of him. Okay. I got to give you some background. I have a friend whose husband talks like that. Okay. Going to the store. And she and I make fun of him all the time, and he's cool with it. In fact, he makes fun of the way I talk. It's our thing. And they watch me. So I'm making fun of an individual with his permission. Isn't that kind of weird? But hey, he makes fun of my country accent or my Tennessee. See, Morales, you too have been here for 2 months. Oh, wonderful. Yay. This must be I'm not used to this. This is new. This is awesome.
We'll go
Yay.
ahead and ask y'all to step out for about 10, 15 minutes. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Oh, Lord have mercy. And I say that literally. Lord have mercy. I think he's trying to use it to prove her frame of mind that she cared about her mother and she asked. I don't know.
Officer Shack, we're in recess. You're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. If you need to use the restroom, let one of the bailiffs know. They'll take you out. All right. What's before the court is a request to move a body cam video into evidence. Is that correct? The state's only objection is you haven't seen the physical media that's being introduced into evidence. Is that correct? That's correct. There's no other, if it is in fact the body cam of Tony Shack, you have no other objections. Is that correct? That's correct. All right, get the body cam. I'm going to instruct the defense. You got a few minutes to get the body cam video onto a physical media that can be entered into evidence. The problem with a thumb drive is, unless you have a clean computer that you're going to provide at your cost to the state, it's got to be able to play on that thing right there. That's all we have for the jury to take back. So y'all take 10 minutes. We'll be in recess.
He is not happy. This should have been worked out prior. I did wear that. It had mine was a short sleeve, not a 3/4. I mean, it's not ugly. It just doesn't fit her personality. But then again, what would? Wow. Thank all of you for your support. It means the world to me. Means the world to me. Oh, that felt real good. So they're on a break. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, poor baby. Okay. We are missing a few of our fabulous people today. Let me see. Do you think they're going to play that video for us in court? That way we get to see it too? That would be nice. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of housekeeping, shall we? Where is it? There it is. I need to give a little shout out. Hey, y'all, I want to give a huge thank you to our wonderful interpreter, Miss Diane. She is a nationally certified American Sign Language interpreter. Diane, thank you so much for interpreting all of our court proceedings and our lives. We love and we bless you. And y'all, throw her some love. Buy her a cup of coffee. In the meantime, Miss Diane, again, thank you so much. And we really do appreciate her. We really, really do. I am starting this between now and the end of the month, but the date is wrong. I got to re-record it. Ignore it. It's the end of this month. July has been an amazing month. And to end the month, we're doing a subscription campaign. And if you want to win a free Starbucks tumbler, just click the subscribe button. That's it. It's easy. Then leave in the comments, I sub, so we can get you in the drawing. The winner will be announced July 31st. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for subscribing. I'll change the date this afternoon. It's not easy. I don't want to redo the whole thing again, but it's not easy. I'm going to go ahead and stop this ticker and give it this. Oh my gosh, y'all. Have you had a time in your life where you sleep but you don't feel rested? That's where I've been. And last night I slept like a rock. And now I can't wake up. I slept good. I felt great when I got up. I did not have a headache. I'm ahead of my homework for the week in college. So, yeah, I'm a little bit kind of like, oh, thank you, Sandy. Sandy. Okay, wonderful. What I do is everybody who subs today will be in uh, will be in the drawing. If you subbed anytime this month, go ahead and put I subbed in. And what will happen is at the end of today, I will draw a person's name. Then at the end of the month, we should have one per day. And then it just narrows it down. Anyway, you're good in. But now it's just kind of like I just yawn and yawn, yawn and yawn and yawn. I just can't wake up. My body is just like, go back to bed. We enjoyed it. It was one of those beautiful fall mornings, where your bed all of it. Well, the cleaning lady came to the house and she redid all of my sheets on the bed. And you get in and it's all clean and it smells good. I had the heated mattress pad on, and you roll down, you just slide in, and it's just like, oh, yeah. And when I woke up this morning, I had the dog next to me. The cat sleeps right there. I don't know why, between the pillow and the headboard. And it was so warm and cozy. I just slept so good. I just couldn't get out of bed. I didn't want to. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get my breakfast. I know nothing like a fresh, clean pair of sheets and that nice, wonderful smell, that whatever smell that y'all like on your sheets. I have something called clean linen. Love it. Yes, we are. So if you have subscribed this month, you may put I sub today and I'll add you in. Okay. I'm going to put a little music on. I'm going to go get me something in my tummy because I rushed. I did. I didn't get anything to eat. I rushed. So I'll be right back in 5. Well, I will tell you, there's nothing like a shot of espresso and York patties. Yorkie. Yorkie. Look at the shot of espresso and Yorkie. No, I'm not drinking this straight. Adding it to my coffee. This woman ain't that cray cray. I have nothing to eat here for breakfast. I gotta go shopping. I have nothing. Okay. Mine back engaged. Let me pull up some stuff on Discord we can go over. I'm trying to find some stuff for us. Okay. So, Sarah Boone is going to be the next trial. Maybe. Okay. YouTube does this. When I had a big growth, I lost like out of 1,030 people. Part of that is because they thought it was fake growth and not authentic. I don't know why, but people do drop off. I don't understand it. Nothing I can do. I know, right? Okay. So we're going to go and look. And oh, we got a new video in somebody else's case. I'm looking for Sarah Boone. There it is. Okay. The problem with Sarah Boone, I think YouTube sometimes randomly unsubscribes people. We used to have that problem. Yeah. Yeah. So speaking of modding, Kristen, is this better? With the lower third and then the ribbon. And on the ribbon, I'm putting who's testifying. Like that. Is that acceptable? I got to be careful with this coffee. I'm going to be high as a kite this afternoon. So there's been a lot of documents, and we've kind of gone over them with the Sarah Boone trial. However, oh, so I'm reading a bunch of stuff in Discord. Sorry, guys. The delays that are being asked for, I think he's kind of I think he kind of alluded to those delays when he was. I'm loving this video, by the way. Trial TV Live. Love your video right now. It's fabulous. Not that you need my humble opinion on it. But Sensei, you okay? Sarah Boone's attorneys has already asked for continuance due to the fact that they were just hired on. They needed to get witnesses lined up and dot, 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 dot. Come here, baby girl. Come on, up. Is that what you want? Sensei, here. Come on. Oh, that's my baby girl. Oh, get that scratch. Oh, that good morning ruffin. I need to brush your teeth. Oh, place. She's like, I'm out of here. I don't think he's going to get everything he's asking for. I I think that his main reason of asking for continuance last time was because he just walked into the case and the judge said, too bad. Then I believe now that they've had this doctor examine her, psychiatry doctor, which I don't think the judge is going to go for, because the judge has already stated that this particular person, doctor of psychology, that, let me see if I can find that again. Defendant's motion. Yay, we got more iSubs. Here. The defendant's motion here, let me pull it up. Oh, they're coming back. The defendant's motion, he states that the doctor, there it is. The defense's motion for an enlargement of time, not a slight continuance, an enlargement. To me, that's a lot of time. And he's basically saying that Dr. Harper advised the undersigned counsel of her opinion regarding the defense battered spouse syndrome, BSS. And it is BS in this case. First of all, I don't think they were Sensei. I can't have you down there, baby girl. Is that where you want to be? All right. She is literally laying between my chair and my ankles. So Dr. Julie Harper, who has seen Boone several attorneys ago, saw her again, and on the 5th of September, and then I think the 6th, she advised the undersigned counsel that her opinion regarding the defendant's battered spouse syndrome as a result of defendant filed on Friday. So they were going to depend on that, and then they decided against it. Now they're going back to that defense. I don't think the judge is going to look too kindly on this. If you were going to do it and you took it away and now you're going back, that's on you.
All right, I spoke briefly with counsel off the record. I want to get this on the record, though. As I understand it, body cam videos are typically produced in a proprietary format so that, frankly, nobody can change them in any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format.
Whoever's paying is who they're going to be on their side. They will find something
put into evidence
to help.
So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video with a particular piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is,
why are you doing this now?
Agreed to do that, correct? Yes, sir. All right.
Well, they can only agree because they'll probably use it against them.
So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall.
Yes.
Is there any objection to that procedure by the defense?
Hopefully not.
No, sir. All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody. Yes, sir. The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied and your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case.
Yes, sir.
Any objections by the defense? No, by the state? No, sir. All right, I'm going to bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in.
He's not happy. This should have been dealt with long ago with discovery. That should have been given to the prosecution. Prosecution should have already had it. Why do they not? That to me is a little interesting. What are your thoughts on that? One thing we need to think about is when you have professionals up on the stand, they're going to be on the side who's paying them. Plain and simple. So she looks more engaged today versus scared and hysterical. No, the defense did not prepare well.
Does the defense have an announcement as to this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would excuse our witness subject to recall.
All right. Deputy Shack, you're going to be excused, subject to recall. That means you will be called back most likely.
Yes,
You're
sir.
not to discuss
Nope.
this testimony with anyone at this time. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Stand down. Please exit the courtroom.
Had to put it on the record.
While he's exiting the courtroom, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Your Honor, may we break?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Dr. Andrew Clark is next. Probably a doctor of psychology. Most likely. That would be my next guess. No, I'm not. I don't think they are either. So back to the Boone trial. I'll put up a poll. Why not? Nothing to do with this case, but why not?
I need y'all to step out one more time. Y'all go sit. Go sit. Go have a seat.
I bet the jury is getting tired of the
Record
up and
reflect we're
down.
outside the presence of the jury. At the bench, we had a discussion about some medical records. And we'll say this for both sides. I'm not taking another break. If you want something in evidence, you better have a complete copy of it. Go on ahead and show it to the other side. These people are getting paid $25 a day, and they are away from their jobs. They didn't ask for this job, and they didn't want this job. I forced them into it. I'm tired of wasting their time. You have 20 minutes.
Pissed off. He is. This is unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Wow. Way to go, Judge. Way to go. OMG. I'm going to. Where are the comments? Trial TV. What's your thoughts? Way to go, Judge. You know, he's right. $25 a day away from their jobs, away from their other family members' responsibilities, the stress, the exhaustion. This, I'd be pissed if I was a juror. High five, Judge. Well, I actually have a real one, but we'll do this one. I don't think some of y'all seen this. I found this for $2 at Goodwill. Look at this. This is an old one. It even has this in it to keep the wood from cracking. Oh, like that. Cool. Let me tell you something. Someone came in here and I didn't have my lead shooter. This would do some serious damage. Huge. Look at that. Look at the width of my head. I mean, it's the width of my head. No. Oh, so 100% says no right now on the poll. This is going to be interesting. So I really want to know other people's opinion on this boom situation. All this poor American Got Talent cheerleader passed at age 17, weeks after standing ovation. She unalived herself. I'm heartbroken. I actually cried over that. I don't know why I'm crying lately, but that to me was just absolutely senseless. Yeah, there's Sarah Boone requests for an a good extension in time. Sarah Boone. I'm like, do you think the judge is going to permit this for yet another extension in time? I, he is saying, yeah, last time 750. Yeah, the lawyer is saying that they have that they have um, uh, to work with a doctor and get more witnesses. And this case is old, and finding witnesses is difficult, and they're not sure they're going to be able to find the witnesses. I'm like, really? He was adamant, but at the same time, at the same time, does this set up for an appellate issue? Therapists do no question. Do you think the state knew and he was aware the defense was calling this expert for advice? This is this trial. Okay. They knew what they were getting into. You can try. You can always ask, but I don't think you're going to ever get it. But this judge is pissed off. Wow. Um, this case, what the hell? Why is the defense so freaking messed up? Should they have not given all of this when they had to do disclosure? The state should have this in evidence. It is a video camera, a body cam. If it's a body cam, they should have it. Uh-oh. Who was it? Little Miss in Trial TV Live said, bamboozled somehow. I don't think so. I hate that bamboozled jelly bean game. With this trial, I think very much that he's is very upset with the defense. Um, this body cam, why does the prosecution not have it? You would think it would be coming from their side of the pond, because usually body camera and everything else like that is presented by the defense. I mean, the prosecution. Um, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think about this. This is crazy. I'm also looking at the comments on Trial TV Live. You guys um, are amazing, and I can't thank you enough. Another place, another place, another thing, another thing, another thing, another thing. Oh, let me go there. Forgive me. I have to find it, and I'm not having a good shot at it. Let's have a little break for our sponsors. As the Gavel Drops is a Discord channel where you can go and dive into almost 500 cases. They have all of the legal documents, they have video, and everything you would need to really get a grasp on whatever trial you're following. So, if you like to read court dockets and you like to get deep into trials, go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. There's things this case. Mhm. 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 Wow. So I understand the case happened. It's been recent. You don't see a whole lot. Well, the Adelson trial, she was arrested. It was only about a year ago. I agree with you. They should have waived her rights to speedy trial. I don't think the insanity defense is going to be so cut and dry. And I think that video may hurt them more than help them. Either it's going to help in the sense that she's going to be cray cray, but from what I've gathered, what little bit of his testimony, she didn't sound out of control. When he got to her, he said, "Are you a part of it?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "Turn around." So, yeah, it happened 6, 7 months ago. Yeah. Oh, visual aid. Thank you, Squeegee. I don't know why you can't comment on my live today. Don't know, but thank you so much. So, yepers. Am not impressed with her attorneys at all. I'm glancing at the there we go. Sorry guys. I was looking at video. Her attorneys do not impress me much at all. He has no idea why we haven't angered the YouTube gods. I don't know. Uh, uh, maybe I don't know. I can't comment on that. I have really no clue. Sorry. Um, I'm trying to look at my questions real quick. You know what? That is true. But I if I'll put it this way. If hey little miss, oh, wrong live. So, if they did not have the home camera footage, I would be more apt to say 50-50. Possible meds, maybe, possibly. I'd be more on the err of the side of caution and say possibly. But after seeing those videos, Ooh, I don't think so. Let's see if I can allocate those videos while we're on a break from my live and play it again, because I have to say, I I didn't think after watching her behavior, I want to watch him again. My sound is horrible on the music, guys. Okay, I'm going to share my video from yesterday. I want to watch the live. Here we go. I'm going to mute it because I don't need to hear my comments again. Truthfully, I gotta quit scratching my nose. I had the itchies. We've had allergies here, guys. I hate watching myself. Okay, so she's in the house. She has gone. Oh, let's back it up. Okay, here we go. She's listening. She's realizing, oh crap, mom's in my room. Goes calmly into her mother's room. The dogs you can see there's tension in the house, but they're not. Oh, he's like, oh, play with me. Play with me. So obviously the white one is the younger, I believe. More energetic. Now you're going to hear something. 3 shots fired. I don't want to hear it again. There was 3 definite shots, and then I think a dog had barked out of fear. Now she comes, sits down, puts the weapon behind her, texts the father. Where are you? Come home, whatever. I don't know the detail. And then so the weapon is behind her on the seat. Look how calm and cool she is. This is not an irrational child, out of control, manic, in my opinion. But I'm not a psychologist. Picks up the lead shooter and the phone and goes back because she could hear the mother, probably her last breath. This behavior, that behavior there, to me, is no insanity. That does not applicable. She does yell at the dogs for being near her mother. She tells them to get out. You can tell they're distressed. The yellow one especially, because of where he goes and he sits right here, kind of like, something's going on, dude. What's going on? Yeah, poor babies. Is that behavior to you of insanity, mania, medic induced by medication? If I'm on the jury, I'm going to think not. And I know some people are going to disagree with me, and you have every right to. I'm disagree all you want. We're good. You won't offend me. Why that keeps dropping out. But she's still in there. What is she doing? This was pure evil. Okay. Back to court. That is sure evil Sheer evil to me. Oh no, don't tell me they're not coming back. Um, yeah, I know. Got me too. But that's okay. We saw the video. We'll just leave it up. Thanks, Trial TV Live. Hi, do you know Trial TV? Do you know when you're live? I have your comments up too. I watch you and I like you. I give you thumbs up. I try to, I just gave you your 34th one. Um, y'all need to support them. Someone said, wash your sheets. I got mine washed yesterday. Slept on fresh, clean sheets. Um, total evil. Total. Would not. Little miss, you're funny. We may or may not get to see this. This is probative. Not too sure. We shall see. I don't know. We'll have to we'll have to wait and see who does what. Um, that's not what I want. That's exactly it, Haley Mouse. You're right. 100%. That behavior does not fit for me. Now, I'm going to play a video in my ears. Tell me if you guys can hear it. You'll recognize it. Could y'all hear that person? If not, that's great. For a while there, I was anything that popped up on my computer, you could hear it. Oh, wonderful. So I actually got into a discussion last night with a friend of mine, and she was going off on how the parents should be partially responsible, even though the mother is deceased. And I'm like, just a parent can raise a child in the most perfect, ideal situations, upbringing, the perfect balance between parenting and friending, the perfect balance between school and activities. If they go to church, they go to church. All that. It could have the most perfect of childhood and still do this. I believe the parents should be held accountable in certain situations. Absolutely. Absolutely do. I think that there are times when, like the Cromleys and possibly the shooting at the school in Georgia, with the fathers being charged because they gave the kid a lead shooter at an age of 14, 15. It's inappropriate. They take part responsibility. If I give my child something that I know that can be dangerous, and I know that that child can take that and abuse it, if I don't take the proper safety measures to secure that until we're using it, and they take it and they unalive somebody with it, I'm responsible. Having said that, there are past criminals who have played psychopaths who still to get managed to be really crafty, contemporary. I worked at the state hospital, and the one I worked at, you were either there because you've been found incompetent to withstand trial, or you've been not guilty by reason of insanity. Those were the only two reasons you would be at that particular state hospital. And We had people there that were psychiatrists and had a break, had a snap, and committed a heinous crime. They just broke. It can happen to anyone. That is true. But this is not what that looks like. That video there is not what that looks like. We have people that were medicated and there and nice and they were comfortable and everything. They were for a long time running real smooth, no problems out of them, and then go in one day and say, "Hey, it's time for hey, breakfast is here," and they snap and all hell breaks loose. So I'm really having a hard time buying this. Her behavior does not just demonstrate it. I think if they didn't, like I said, if they didn't have the video in the house and we were relying strictly on a testimony, I could potentially go there. But was the daughter being abused? That's my thing. What's the trigger other than a mother doing what she's responsibly should do? Her daughter's 14, vaping, doing things that's technically illegal. Um, and the mother is being responsible, going through her possessions and finding what she's been hiding. I get it. That child got pissed off. That child was angry and she felt violated because her mother was going through her room and she went and got a lead shooter and ended the life. No, no. Oh, no problem. I'm going to call you dog mom if you don't mind. Um, so I mean, that's where I am with all this. I can't sit here and with that video. That video is what does it for me. It's a lot. It does. Look, kids are going to get into things. I get that. You can hide anything in that house and kids can find them. But for me, is that did you do your due diligence? Did you do the responsible thing? If you have a 2-year-old toddler, did you keep your medicines high up in a cabinet where the child cannot get to them on a normal basis? Did you do something to try to mitigate your child? Or did you just leave all your medicine on the nightstand next to your bed? I knew a woman and she had a daughter the same age as my son. 2, 3, I think it was 3. And I was at her house. We had dinner. She drank too much and went and laid down in her bed. And she had a margarita that she let put on the nightstand next to her bed. So I decided I'm going to stay and put movies on for the kids and just kind of wait for her to sober up. I had no idea till that night that that woman got drunk. Then the girl kind of wandered off, so I followed her. She went in her mama's room and got the margarita. She knew exactly where it was. It it wasn't like she was searching or she just tried to wake up mom and go, "Oh, what's this?" She went straight for it and picked up the margarita and started chugging. I mean, chugging. I took it away from her and she threw a fit. Mama never budged. That is the mama's fault and responsibility. Okay, miss, what did he get? I'm listening to RA. They're talking about THC, synthetic. No. Oh, Mr. RA got a package. He got a package. He's got this thing that he's doing, and it's awesome. It's a replay. He's got a replay machine like the sportscasters. He's opening up a package, and I love his tech. Oh, he's happy. Cables. He got all of us. Okay, so he got everything he needed to attach his new toy. Check the case of Charlie Limbrick, who was 15 old and killed his mother in September of 88. Okay, Olivia, I will. Can you tell me the outcome? So, if a parent is doing due diligence and an accident happens, I'm all in support of the parent. But when you hand or make something accessible or do not make something not accessible that the child should not be having, that's where I have a problem, especially when it's something that could end someone's life. My son got into a razor at the age of 2 that was out of reach, so we thought. He was able to climb, and we didn't know he could climb at that point, where he climbed and he cut his hand, his thumb. He still to this day remembers that. And it was one of those 3 to 4 blade razors. It was horrible. I was mortified. I felt that I failed my child as a parent because I thought it was out of safe in a safe place. Okay. But that's nothing compared to a lead shooter. Should the mother have had that where she had it? Absolutely not. Even though she didn't do due diligence on that part of this, should she have lost her life over it? Absolutely not. This girl is old enough to know right from wrong. Now, if the child was 8 years old and found it and walked in and said, Mommy, cowboy Indians, bang, and she passed away, that's tragic. And that child cannot be held responsible. But at this age, the girl knows right from wrong. You may agree to disagree with me, and I welcome it. Mr. RA is in heaven. He has got all his technology in so he can start putting his stuff together. I don't think he's ever going to stop, but he went to school for this. I have almost everything he has. Oh, that's horrible. Olivia? He's sentenced to life in prison and freed in 2011. And died in a car crash at the age of 44. That's horrible. Oh, no, he didn't. Did he upgrade? He upgraded his ATEM Mini. I need to call him and help me set mine up. So the court is wiggling. The switch wall? Ooh, his is nice. Yeah, he just spent a ton of money. I love RA. He's talking about how many buttons, and I'm thinking, how many buttons do I have? How many? How many? But I need his help. I need to call him now that he's home and back up and running. We need to make an appointment. We do. I got a bug bite right there. But the problem is the more stuff you add, the more crap can go wrong. I have mine set up, but I can't get the program to download and to work. So I'm really having a no to hit Trial TV Live. My Black Magic board. I have it plugged in. The lights are on. When I go to download the program, the the install, it's missing something and it won't install. And it's not recognizing it. I need help. Trial TV, do you know how to install them? Because I need help. Help, 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 help. I need help. Oh. People are throwing super chats at him now. More cable fund. Yeah. The cables alone for my ATM switch thing, my Black Magic, $400. Yeah, I'll send you the link. We'll need to set up a time. Are you in our Discord by any chance? Can you go to my Discord and join my Discord? The reason why is that way we can communicate. We can share screen in my Discord, and it would be easier. And if y'all aren't a part of my Discord, please join. Join the Discord. There it is. But I will try and pull that up. Let me see. Let me go back. Sorry, Mr. RA. Bye. Bye. I'm going to try and pull it up for y'all while I'm doing this. Yeah, I understand. Understand. So let me go over there while we're waiting. I want to be able to configure my screen in a way that's more pleasurable for me. I love StreamYard. I'm not giving it up, but I want more freedom. This is really good for new creators, but I want more freedom. J.D. Souther's dead, Eagles songwriter and hitmaker at 78 years of age. Oh, rest in peace. Oh, rest in peace. Okay. What am I looking for? Okay, guys, while we're waiting, fall is here for some of us. I'm terrified of OBS. I tried it and failed miserably. Yeah. And there's some things now in OBS. Is it harder to do? I think RA does both, because isn't OBS harder to have people hop on and do like what I would call the panel, where you have a bunch of people on at the same time? Just curious. Just curious about that. Yeah. Okay. It is. That's true. That's true. It is. I saved up. I bought one piece at a time over a long period of time. Okay. Trial TV. I'm looking at their webpage. Do you know what? I can share this. I'm sharing this. Just, there's no court right now. Okay. The problem I'm having, uh, let me do this so he can see it. Trial TV is these are all say latest updates. Updates. I don't know which one to do. I need which one? Which one do I pick? I'm overwhelmed and I'm dyslexic, so that doesn't help. I tried installing this here and it said it was missing something. I'm going to go to Windows. I've already done all this. Literally, I have done all this. As you can see, it's saved. I'm gonna have to embiggen that. Register and download. Or let me just do download only. Okay. So it's downloading. I don't need to do both. So it's on the side over here, downloading. But you can't see it. No.
Actually, now 10:44. You have copies of the medical records that you need at this time, Mr. King. Has the state had an opportunity to view the medical records in their entirety?
The medical records, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And there's one set of records from the school district as well.
That's
Are the parties agreeing by stipulation to the admissibility of the records?
Of the medical records and the school records, yes, sir.
All right.
Sandy.
Any more
I said that the other day.
by either side during this witness.
The other day.
That we don't have by the state.
Your Honor, I believe that they're going to talk about.
I
journal entries and
would have. I don't know.
and they didn't have a copy of those, so that's what I was trying to.
She may not have thought about it until she was in the middle of it.
Which journal entries? Are you objecting to the use of journal entries?
No, sir. Well, we do have a copy of the journal.
Right. Did you ever turn it over to the state?
The state actually turned it over to us.
Okay. So are we ready to go by the state?
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing that he's relying on.
By the defense?
Well, I think there was a page of the sketchbook. I think that's what Catherine put on that.
Yeah, so I told her that we would not agree to stipulate to just certain pages. If it was coming in, it was all coming in. And so we were trying to print the documents upstairs.
Do we have the documents? Okay. Is there another witness that we can take up at this time rather than leaving the jury out while everybody gets their paperwork together?
Are you kidding me?
Mr. Livingston, just for the court's, I'm not obviously calling anybody, but for the court's knowledge, Mr. Livingston just messaged me a couple minutes ago, said that he's almost finished allowing Deputy Shack to review the body cam footage. So I think Deputy Shack should be ready to be recalled.
That's still a few minutes away. Deputy Shack has to watch the body cam video. Does the defense have another witness it can call while the paperwork is being gathered?
No, Your Honor.
You have no other witnesses other than Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark and Deputy Shack, Your Honor.
That's all you have left.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
The state is correct insofar as there are portions, if there is a journal, the state is invoking the rule of completeness. So I can't put the doctor on the witness stand until I have a complete set of what's going into evidence. How much longer will it take? I take the state printed out the medical records for the defense.
Sure, they had some, we printed off the rest of them. We have a complete copy now.
This judge is going to lose his crap.
Can we at least try to do the medical records?
I'm gonna do
and
it for you,
hold
Judge.
do you
Here we
have
go.
any idea how long it'll take for all the journals to be printed? Does the defense have all the journals?
The defense has a complete copy of a journal. It's just a sketchbook.
Do you have a complete copy of the sketchbook?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Deputy Shack is on his way down now. He has reviewed the video. They can call him if they wish to. That's Mr. Livingston.
And Judge, for the record, I did leave, one of the ladies.
This judge is going to haul them back and give them hell.
All right. Give the defense the disc. Y'all get over here and make sure
This is
the
all
TV
freaking
works before I bring the
pre-trial.
jury back in and have to send them back out.
This is all pre-trial. She knows her attorneys are screwing up. The judge is saying, get your crap together.
I tell you what, while the jury's out, if you have any exhibits that you intend on showing with Dr. Clark, go ahead and give them to the state so they can be looking through those. You have the ones that you actually want to offer into evidence, correct?
Wow. Insane. Freaking insane. This is I'm at loss for words. I've never seen this.
Your Honor, would you like for me to investigator get Mr. Shack in?
Pull Mr. Shack outside the courtroom for just a moment.
He's beyond mad.
If an
Okay.
investigator can get him posted
We
on
have
that,
2 witnesses.
help him.
Rebuttal, Dad.
Him up outside.
We have a lunch break. I'm
All right, Mr. Livingston, if you wouldn't mind, take the exhibit, put it in there, and let's just make sure it plays.
okay, guys. If you have a flash intolerance, close your eyes because we've gone code red.
Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
This judge should not. Now I'm getting a headache.
Satisfied with
This
the
judge
exhibit?
should not be babying, probably all the coffee, babying this trial.
But leave the equipment up, please.
Whoa.
You wish to recall Tony Shack at this time? I do, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Bailey, can you find out if the jurors are ready?
This is insane. Maddening. Hey, ADHD. Jelly bean. Learning. I gotta turn me down because all I hear is me and it feels weird. They do. I gotta get off this coffee. I had that espresso to wake me up, and now I'm like, he's like, come on in, guys. I'm sorry.
There's a judgment debtor exam going on in Judge Morrow's courtroom, so that's closed. Okay. All right, bring him in.
Oh, now I'm getting a headache. There's not going to be closing arguments today. I guess those are her grandparents right there. She looks like them. Yeah, I don't blame the judge. I I'd be having the end of today. I will call them in my I call them in my chambers, and I would have hell, hell with them.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try something. I hope they don't squeal.
Let's re-swear.
Oh.
That's You're still under oath. Your answers, your sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
I allow that you step down for a minute to discuss your testimony with him.
No, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video, and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, may I approach the witness? This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4. 7.
Any objection as to D7 all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right. If you would, please bring it up. Let's mark it D7. If you bring it to the court reporter, we admit D7 all purposes.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Levingston, would you assist him?
I don't know where my headphones went. No, you're not allowed in here. No, ma'am. I don't want you in here today. Yesterday you gave me hell. Nope. Get out. Come on.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Too full. Show me how to put this thing up. Put this thing up. We're not even pull that. Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was all coming out of the area here on Farmington Boulevard. She's back here. She's soaking wet. Did you jump in the water? Good. How are you?
Possibly. Possibly, yes. Definitely, possibly. Ooh, am I not hearing anything? I'm ready to go. Yep.
What y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you. They're telling me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she's gonna go. JDC or here first. I mean, to us.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. No, they're labeled. Yeah. Open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there. You go have to go the other way. Yeah, you got to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Let me back up. Pull right there.
Puppers. Puppers. What is he opening? That's an evidence bag? Really, dude? You're doing a good job. Real good job. Congratulations. I guess those are shell casings. The way he's shaking it. Nope. Medicine. Where is the glove on your hand, sir? Officer, you should have a glove on your hand. Why do you not have a glove on your hand, my dear?
Look, I'm going to show you right there. All right, you're going to do on the right hand, you're going to do the palm. Okay.
Oh, they're going to do her swabbing.
All right. Then whenever you get through, you're going to turn it in. All right. All right, you're going to open it, turn it back in. All right, when you turn it back in.
He's teaching.
When you get ready to do this, it's right there. Close this and put that over it, okay? Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back it back. Okay.
That is not the evidence bag itself. I thought it might be, but they're going to swab for the gunpowder residue.
Yeah, let me get it. I got her handcuffed.
Or GSR. They're going to swab her for GSR.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move over around to the front of you, okay? I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay.
Huh?
All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands, okay? Right. Well, I asked you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct? Okay.
She admitted it right there. Yes, sir.
I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Just your right hand. Just like that.
Both sides. Are we on the same page, Miss Kristen? I love my earbuds, but it's harder to hear, but my hearing aids were bothering me.
Which hand did you shoot with?
Yeah. Yeah, this child is not manic. This is a calm child. I am. She needs a lot of therapy. She needs a lot of help, but. P. Diddy, Sean Diddy faces life in prison. I'm not into following him. Not my cup of tea. EDB, go over there.
I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are you okay?
Oh, Lisa, what?
She is super calm. Yep. No, it does not match. You're right. I'm leaving it low like this so you can see the captioning if there is any. I normally wouldn't, but I am.
I guess I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They go forward to what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
She has no idea what, you know, she don't even know about her mom. Yeah, I know. She's like, it's my stepdad, okay?
So what happens when I have these earbuds like a lot of other people are using?
Paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah, the actual.
Why? Let me get this back and up and squared off again. There we go. Sorry, guys.
The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And
Yes, the jury did see this.
correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
Correct.
my understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted,
Right.
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Sustained is deleting, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right. Yes.
Was what were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was
All right,
she
will
never
do.
inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that
It's
she
100%
only
now.
asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked how's
Better?
her stepdad. It was never she never like said, "Is my mom okay?" or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom, and I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay.
He didn't know
So
she did
why
it.
was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm loud now. I can change that. Is that better? Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2.
Just a few more questions.
I show pretty
I'm gonna
much
show you a document.
equal.
You said you're aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the sheriff's department?
I am.
Okay. I'm gonna let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper.
Some
And I
devices
believe
will
that's
differ
the-
because now I can't hear me.
It's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cams.
I'm familiar.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Or
Yeah. Yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay. And so what's number 1?
Deputies shall not keep body-worn cameras activated during their entire shift.
Right. And I got to correct myself. I said number one. I said it's A. And so that would be A, correct?
Okay, A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body-worn camera to record all law enforcement activities in contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy-initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yeah, so it'd be, and you're going to turn to page 2 of
Searches,
4.
interviews and interrogations, warrant service, pursuits, and any other contact with a member of the public that a deputy reasonably believes that may become adversarial.
Now, what's number C say?
Letter.
I'm sorry. The body-worn camera shall remain activated until the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Now, in this situation, did that occur?
At this situation, I was talking about something different. I was not actively involved in talking to her.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be.
Okay. There's some information that they are permitted to mute their camera. Okay. He's grasping for straws.
Correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay, so now read D.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body-worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay. Now, did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would have been to cut it off.
Okay. Now, what do you do if you fail to, I guess, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's skip down to number H.
But there were
Okay.
other
What is number
people there
8
too,
say?
where their body
If a
camera.
deputy fails to activate the body-worn camera in situations where recording is required by the sheriff's department policy, fails to record entire contact that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
And he's a lawyer?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
Letter H.
Yeah,
Number,
witness.
no.
Is this a
That'd be number 8.
Yes. Yeah, it was brief. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done at some time when you got back to the station or something.
Right. Well, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So a day later. Yes.
Okay. Your policy says
He's
that
not
you're
gonna like our
supposed to make
reviews.
an entry if
Can
your
y'all
body
hear me?
camera is ever interrupted.
Because I can't hear me.
That's correct.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did that.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that his report be entered into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
Is it a good balance
would
or am I too
also-
soft?
Hang on just a second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please.
This poor attorney is going to catch so much hell. I hope he
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
watch social media.
And Your Honor, we would also ask that the policy and procedure manual be entered into evidence that he's testified.
Any objection?
We have no objection to the body worn camera.
Thank you.
Portion of the policy procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Kent has is an entire thing. I think it would be irrelevant and confusing.
Your Honor, I can take those we can have just those.
Y'all come modify it and look at it.
Oh,
Look,
yeah,
please
yeah,
hand
yeah,
that
yeah,
back.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Y'all walk over there.
That woman looks so thrilled. Doesn't she? She looks just so happy. Modify it, dude. Yeah, with these ears on, these inner ears that I have sparkled up, I've had these for years, even before um, we started doing any of this. I've had these probably, I don't know, since 17, something like that, I believe. I don't know, long time. I use them when I interpret concerts because I have a whole system for that. But they are great for this, but I can't hear much. I had to get my hearing aids off. I've got a little sore on the back of my
What we
ear.
did was for the record, we modified it so it's now a 5-page document. It starts out with just the policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed. It's listed as page number 1 through 4.
Any objection to that by the state?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection, D9. Does either side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
Yep,
Not of the name.
exactly,
There you go.
Kristen. Exactly. We're thinking the
Alright,
same.
And Your Honor, I can't remember, did we introduce the video, and is that already in evidence? I think it has to be.
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Before Mr. Kent sits down, in the interest of completion, I would ask.
He may be in over his head on this case. He's
That's
not
fine, Your Honor.
really-
Under the rule of completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury and fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning or do you want it from here, from this point?
all of it, all of it,
Hit play.
all of it, all of it. Trying to get my ears to hide. No, he's not. No, he is not, my dear.
Well, she came, I saw her coming out of the Farmington there. I was like, hey, I said, it's just, I said, are you the girl that does that? She was just,
I heard you get on the radio, right? Traffic got past you. I was in that damn center thing. Yeah. Turn around, come back. And then you were coming out.
yeah.
Good lick, Jack.
Yeah, man. I was just there, man.
Hey, this is the kid.
I was coming down Farmington, I was done there, and I saw him. And I'm like, hey, she's so good this way. She goes, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
No captioning.
So, won't you turn it on for me?
She was up there at the beginning. Yeah, the beginning of Farmington up there.
Just came through. Just.
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see this thing when she said something.
Cross-examination. Any further questions? Excuse me, any further questions about the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. We're not gonna need the video anymore, Your Honor.
All right, before you start, Mr. Levinson, would you just mind pulling that back out of the way?
Her grandparents are there in court with her. I don't know if it's her mother's parents or her father's parents. I don't know which. The thing is that was there any form of abuse that was verbal or otherwise brought into this? I missed the first day and a half, so forgive me for not knowing, but I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to figure out, was there a history here with the family being abusive? Or are they just saying she snapped because she was on her meds? Because if that's it, I'm not buying it. I'm trying to find the cause, and sometimes we never do. I want to take this time while they're doing that to thank our wonderful members. Hello, Brit
Thank
was
you, Your
my
Honor.
very first
Good
member.
morning, Deputy Shake. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Congratulations on
And
y'all's
just wanna ask you a few
anniversaries.
questions about what Mr.
And
Camp
thank you,
talked
Mary
to you
Kay.
about. Specifically as it relates to the video. Whenever we first heard the video come on, there's a delay in the audio of the video. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why there's a
There's
delay in
always
the
a
audio
th-
whenever
a
the video
delay.
first comes on?
Yeah. Well, it backs up. It backs up where you have video only.
Okay.
During a segment there.
So is that just a normal function of the
That
body
is,
worn
and I think since then they've extended it. They've extended that time over, I think, to a couple of minutes now.
So whenever you turn on your video, it just automatically backs up, and there's no audio for that.
That's correct.
You didn't mute your
Oh, no.
video at that time.
No.
And of course, we all hear a dog in your truck.
That's correct.
Do you have a dog that rides with you?
I do.
All right, what's his name?
Voodoo.
Right. And in the back of your car, we can obviously hear that. Were Carly and Voodoo separated back there?
Yes.
Okay. And when it first comes on, I hear you say something to the effect of up here on the right. Who were you talking to?
To her.
Was she telling you the directions to her house?
Yes.
Okay. We also heard you say something to the effect that that they've got me out here on a merry-go-round or something along those lines. Were you frustrated with the fact that they had you out there on a merry-go-round?
I was.
Okay. And I think you said something to the fact that they told me to bring her here, then they told me to bring her to the station.
Yeah, I just kept making circles around a median.
Right.
In the middle of Farmington.
At any time when you were out there, did you turn your body-worn camera off?
No.
All right. And you explained to us a little bit earlier, but just again, why would your hand over your camera?
Yeah, so the mute button is over here, and it's just whenever you hold it, your hand goes over it to be able to hold the mute button in. So that's just the way it worked.
At any time, whenever you were in Miss Gregg's presence, did you mute or otherwise turn off your video?
No.
At any time during this, whenever you were dealing with any member of the public or any suspect, did you turn off or mute your body-worn camera?
No.
Did you ever go in Miss Gregg's house that day?
No.
Did Miss Gregg ever say anything to you or ask you anything about her mom?
No. All I got was her stepdad.
Okay. What'd she ask you about her stepdad?
Is he okay?
Did you ever
Interesting.
ask if her mom was okay?
No, I never got anything about her mom.
Never said anything.
No.
That's interesting to know.
Did she tell you that she fired with a pistol?
Yes.
She tell you she fired with her right hand?
Yes.
Hello.
Whenever you muted your camera, who were you talking to then?
I was talking to a couple other deputies. I mean, their names. I mean, Deputy Centel and Deputy Diesel. Yeah, Centel's the one that had his hands up beside him there.
Okay.
Mine
did you
did.
ever collect any evidence?
Not
at the
that way.
scene on March 19th?
No.
Once you took Carly back to the scene, what did you do after that, if anything?
Nothing. Talked to coworkers and waited for somebody to come and get her to transport her.
Did you transport her anywhere after that?
No.
So once you dropped her off there at the scene, you observed the GSR kit being taken.
That's it.
You were done after that.
Done.
David Shack, just to be clear, were you trying to hide, conceal, or cover up anything whenever you muted related to this investigation, whenever you muted your body-worn camera?
No.
Of course I know.
Sometimes when you're on a call and there's another call going on or something's
briefly,
happening,
Deputy
they
Shack,
do mute because it's
Whenever
not. connected.
you have your body worn camera on whenever you first encountered Miss Gregg?
No, I did not.
And why was that?
Well, because when I came off of Old Fannin Road onto Farmington, it's a one-way in, one lane both ways.
Exactly.
It was right around 5
Yeah.
o'clock traffic. There was cars in front of me. There were cars behind me. I was driving down the road. I spotted her to my right. I immediately put my car in park and hopped out. And I asked her, there were cars backed up behind me at that point. And I asked the brief question that I did to her, and then I immediately put her in my vehicle. I activated my camera whenever I was driving due to the fact that, honestly, I'm not perfect. At the moment, I did not activate it because I was in a hurry to get out there to her, and I had a lot of traffic.
Is it fair to say that you were shocked to see her standing there on the side of the road?
That's correct. Yes, because we had people driving around everywhere looking for her.
Right. And you said that you asked her the question that you did, and that you're talking about you asked her.
I just asked her if she was the one involved
Okay.
at the incident that occurred at the house.
And she told you yes. Correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's my stepdad. Okay.
And she told you that she was sorry, and that's what you also put in your report that Mr. Camp showed you that's in evidence, right?
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
Nothing further on it.
Redirect is coming.
Let me make sure I'm clear. You're not saying it was okay for you to mute your body cam, correct?
In certain situations, it
Yeah,
is.
well, no,
You're not saying that was okay, are you?
I felt like at the time when talking to coworkers, it was okay.
Okay. So, and we just read the policy and procedure.
That's correct.
And it says you are not to do that.
That's correct.
And it says the reason why you're not to do that is to ensure the integrity of the recording, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that didn't happen, correct?
What didn't happen?
You didn't keep it activated to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Right. Yeah, it was activated during my time of dealing with the situation, but when talking to coworkers, no, it was not.
Okay.
Yours.
And you told the jury that it was a personnel issue. But right before you're
working hard to
questioning
get
her,
that
right
in.
before what you're talking about
Right.
is you make the statement, she doesn't even know what happened. That's on the video.
Okay.
And then you mute it and you put your hand over it. So why is it so important if, according to you, you just don't want us to hear it because it is a personnel issue, according to you?
That's correct.
And then you put your hand over it so we can't even
He could have
see who
said,
you're talking
is so and
to.
so on their
Why
way?
is that important to make
Well,
it
it
so we
wasn't
don't-
purposely put my hand over it. The mute button is on the side right here. And that's the
They
way I
all
was holding
do.
It was like that. It wasn't purposely done like that.
Okay, so the video, even though
And every time I've ever seen a cop mute or a recording of a muted section, it's this way because, CVs, cell phones, everything is this way. They're not going to go like this. It just is not a natural movement. And some of the officers that may have been arriving are undercover detectives. Sometimes they don't want their names on these recordings. Sometimes they'll blur out their faces on these recordings. This guy is really harping on something that he thinks is a win, but it's a flop.
you mute it
That's correct.
and then we can't see who you're talking to.
That's right.
Okay. And you said it was a personnel issue,
That's correct.
but it wasn't a personnel issue right before you muted.
Correct.
No further questions.
Yeah, that was a flop. That's a no bueno.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
By the state.
Yes, sir.
All right, you stand down, you're free to go or stay.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Doctor, what again? Richard, I believe.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Andrew Clark.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this the Dr. Andrew
Which
Clark?
documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation.
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Carly Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation. And also the doctor's CVs.
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Sketchbook and journal.
Y'all bring them forward.
I cannot wait to go get lunch. Ah! I drank so much coffee and took my meds. I didn't have anything in my tummy. And the mint ain't working. So we're going to go get lunch. We will get a lunch break.
The CV of the defendant, of the defense witness. Okay. Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark. The CV of Dr. Andrew Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10. CV of Jason Pickett, stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S57. What do we have next?
We have a.
Yeah, no, that's going to be included.
Okay, that's
It should be all,
okay.
it should be everything that had handwriting on it.
Journal and sketchbook of Carly Gregg.
Well, journals and sketchbooks recovered from the scene.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection, any objection by the state.
No, sir.
Be admitted D11 by stipulation.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett?
Sounds like a plan.
Be moved in D12, all purposes without objection.
No problem. We're all good. We will break for lunch. I will leave the feed up and we'll be back.
It's not produced pursuant to a subpoena by us.
All right, what else we got?
The vital core records, which are the medical records and treatments and prescriptions during her detainment at Rankin Detention Center.
All right, so only the vital core records, not to discuss in front of a jury detainment. Any objection to these records?
Yes, sir.
State or defense records?
Defense.
All right. Without objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
D13 will be the vital core records.
Mary Kay, I did delete my comment in Discord because I wasn't sure if it was appropriate. Please let me know.
State bait stamp numbers 805 through 822. Any objection to that by the state?
Everybody's got the motions and subpoenas attached to everything that they sent. Just the records. Why don't we just do just the front of that instead of all the correspondence?
Date stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, sir. They're not.
And they're not admissible.
Part of medical records.
All right, mark these. D14.
Mary
IDM.
Kay, go to Discord and look what I have. I want to do some recordings, but I need to get my sound better.
Add bait stamp
I
document.
need to get the sound better to do the recording.
11 for ID. So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the state agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
Well, I will be
Those
wearing.
will be marked D14 as a composite.
I'm going to mute that while they're doing that stuff. I will just know that I will be wearing my ribbon skirts. I will be wearing a ribbon skirt. I'll be wearing them a lot. I only have 3 or 4. I need to make more. But just so I'm talking, I don't want people to think I'm rude, so I'm going to share what's going on. October 14th is Columbus Day, but they also call it Indigenous People Day. Yeah. But the November 1st is the first day of American Indian Heritage Month. I will be for the whole month of November. I will have a braid in my hair. I will be doing something. And well, I'll play it for you. I'll be happy to play it for you, love. I'll be happy to play the flute for you, Mary Kay. Anytime. Anytime. They're just entering evidence in. I also have a really nice hand drum. I just can't do both at the same time, and my feet don't work that way. So I have a.
See, these also contain state's bait stamps number
Mary Kay?
662 through 683. Any
They're
objection?
still doing that. That's her grandparents that she's kind of communicating with, which is a no-no.
Region 8 records.
Uh-oh. They may get in trouble. That's a no-no. Big no-no. But I have a black, white, and red ribbon skirt that I will wear for
Objection
missing
to
murdered
state's bait
Indigenous
stamp
women.
documents 527
I have a red belt that goes
through
with it.
558 by the state. By the defense. It will be marked D18.
I need to find a professional photographer to take my picture in that dress in a better, more flattering angle. Yeah, I know. Let me go back and see if I can find a picture.
One portion of that is going to be bait stamps, and then the subsequent portion is that precise. It's not going to be bait stamps. That's going to be the material that they emailed to each of us last week. So we want to make sure that both are included.
Any objection to these records by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted by way of stipulation D19.
Your Honor.
Yes.
This is Crossroads Hanson.
Any objection to the state's bait stamp document 696 through 699 by the
I
state?
didn't post anything on Facebook with me and my regalia.
All purposes
That's unusual.
D20, Crossroads.
I'll have to send it. Yeah, this is disconcerting. This is disconcerting me with those attorneys. They are so not prepared.
Any objection to bait stamp pages 661 through 694 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted by way of stipulation. What's the defense? What's next? D21, all purposes. Anything else that we agree by stipulation by the state,
No, sir.
by the defense? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. And what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the director of medical student education and psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
Okay. And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
Okay, I'm being asked to share this. Out of respect for my elder, I will share this. One thing about me is I respect the request of my elders. So let me get this stuff. Let me find it. Where's it on my desktop? There it is. I've been asked to show you all something, so I shall. Patience, please, as I used to tell my kids. Patience, please. This is me. See if I'm big in it, if it works. Nope, it's actually smaller. This is my regalia. I am in full regalia. Let's see. There we go. You can see it better that way. Okay. Maybe not. Let me do this. I want you to see the moccasins. There we go. This is the goose fan. These are the otter skins you've seen. This is the breastplate. This is made of wool. I handmade that. That was the first time I've ever made a dress, much less a native dress. I had a friend help me lay it out. I did something a little unusual with the front. I hand beaded, those are shells. So you put a sequence or a bead, then go through the material, the shell, a sequence, a bead, and go back through the material. Otherwise, the thread would just pull through. So those, I have over 750 beads on that dress. I have made you've seen me wear beading. There's a barrette. I have a pair of earrings, of course, the feathers. The belt, which you cannot see, is red. It has 2 handprints with rivets for the murder missing Indigenous women. And then it has a bird for those who have survived. This regalia, and this is a shawl, a mock shawl. I didn't make the whole one, didn't have time. You can't go in the circle without a shawl. It is insane. I did everything here literally in 2 months. Literally 600 hours, well, maybe 2.5 months actually. Almost 600 hours of work on this regalia. And I still need to make new moccasins because these don't match. And I still need to make my leggings, which are the little things that cover your calf that are beaded. Because you're really not supposed to be showing your ankles depending on what tribe you are. But yes, I can't believe she did either. I thought this, my elder asked for me to show it, so I'm showing it. I honor you, my elder. I really do. So thank you so very much for asking. That was very kind of you. Let me get this back on. I need to get beating.
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
Gotcha.
But I'm just a psychiatrist.
Not just.
And when did
That's
you
a lot.
receive your board
Not
certification
just.
in psychiatry?
Psychiatry is a lot of work.
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been in 1995.
Back
that
in
I
the day,
certified
we
in
wore
psychiatry.
wooden shoes.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math.
I'm 53.
Is it
You're
fair to
still
say
my
that's
elder.
Roughly 29 years that you've been.
I believe that's
certified?
correct, yes.
You're still my elder.
When did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
I think you just asked me.
I'm sorry. When did you receive
Oh.
your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Thank you.
Oh, I think it would have been around
Beeswax.
1996 or
Beeswax.
1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency
Hi,
in
Ryan.
psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital.
Ryan?
And then I did a
I may have said
2-year
your name wrong. I'm
residency in
sorry.
Child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and finished my training in 1996.
Ooh, snap.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
Why was it lapsed?
What, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was it's a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center, I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I've worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic. I'm early in my career. So probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting the evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either
Buffalo.
juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I'd say typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kristen,
Good
are
morning,
you
Dr.
near
Clark.
me?
How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom.
Okay, I had to ask. Kristen, where do you live? I would love to go see the buffalo and the moose that are roaming free. We have a place near us that have buffaloes, and they even have a white buffalo. White buffaloes are very rare. Oh, I don't live anywhere near that. That's for sure. I'd love to go camping out there,
Zoom
wherever
last
that
week,
is.
didn't we?
Sounds like
Correct,
fun.
yes.
But you didn't realize, but recognize.
I
me
love
because
my
I had a beard.
moccasins. They
Yes.
feel so soft.
All right. Are you? Where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated
Nah.
patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No,
No.
sir.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
I've passed through here before.
Okay. Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And what, just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objections?
Dr. Clark is going, what?
Be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Right.
But not forensic.
All right. Now that the witness has been
What state is that in, Kristen?
qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. I don't want, it's 11:46. I don't want that to get cold. All right. Or hot, either way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
Yay! Okay, so this is my plan. I have got to go get a tire checked on my car. Yeah, I know. Got to do our lunch. So when they leave, we're going to do a quick lunch. I will be back rejuvenated, clear-minded, not foggy. I got to fix my chair. Look what happened. Something came out of my chair. Got to figure out where it goes. And we will be back. Please, guys, there's not a lot of you here, and that's great. I love everyone that's here. I'm not complaining, but I hope that you guys will just come back. That would be
All right,
nice.
record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. It's 11:47. We'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right. Anything
Okay.
further from the state before we recess?
Hi, Hot
From the
Coffee
fence.
Chats. Welcome, 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 everybody. I know I've been showing off my Native American regalia. I tell you what, I don't know if Mary Kay is still here, but if she comes back before lunch, before court starts between I eat and court starts, I will play for you, my love, if you're still here. I know you've not been feeling that great. So, yeah. Yep. Copy image. I'm going to put it in. I think I'll put it in our member chat. Control, paste, and send. All right. I will play for you, love, when we return. So I'm going to put on a little bit of music. I'm going to go quickly and do what I have to do. I sometimes will stay and visit, but I've got to go out of town tomorrow and I want to make sure this tire is okay. And I got to grab lunch. Okay. So I'll be back. Appreciate y'all so very, very much. I'm going to embiggen this. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to take that short a time. What is happening?
And did that include?
So we're going to come back.
Or some police report.
I
Earlier,
apologize.
2024.
What?
Her therapist.
Did that include any sketches?
Did we not have a break? Hold on, guys. I got to figure out what happened. My bad. I apologize. When did this happen? Okay, I need someone to fill me in. Let me get my ears connected. Okay, guys, I'm back. What happened here? Did we?
And do you recall what?
29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Maud?
Anyone else?
No.
And where
Do
did
you have anybody?
That was
Everybody
right here
gone?
at the, I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And
Okay, there is a weird video problem that's happening on their end. It's weird.
From her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
I don't know what happened.
and what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch, there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
That was a
So
quick
what I did
break.
is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested.
Okay, guys, that was a real quick break.
Was
We're
going
back.
to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my
I'm
coming
gonna
down
eat.
just to be and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No,
And where did you interview Carly?
that was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after the evaluation, my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report, and then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smylie, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Joe, whatever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's already in evidence.
I'm handing you a copy.
I don't know, Mary Kay, but that was quick. I'm sorry.
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
I'll play for you in the break.
Can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother.
I hate
believe
rushing.
It would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information, and so didn't rely on it in my report, and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Y'all approach.
Okay, love. I am so sorry, guys. That is frustrating. I guess they did eat all the jail pork chops. They were done chop, chop. They were done quick. What I'm doing is I melt a little bit of my wax on the bottom so it would stick to this. It sometimes pops off, but we wax our threads so they don't tangle as easy and they're more durable. This is how I do. Just run my thread through it a couple times. Get it nice. Then I wax my fingers to keep them from slipping. Oh, I forgot I got to get that up too. Everybody, thank you for coming back for lunch. I appreciate it so much. Sensei, lay down. There you go. Anybody have anything they want to talk about or share? You are more than welcome to do so. Sorry, getting everything settled. Getting everything settled. Okay, here they come.
At this time. Yes, sir.
Case one, I love the buffalo pick. They had the jail food brought to them. Now, sometimes the food's not bad. But most of the time, ooh. I'd be bringing my own lunch. I wouldn't want anything. You never know. Somebody has beef and they know the jurors are the one. Why are you loose? Oh my gosh. Is that the cat in here? Get out. You little stinker. Let's say, place. Place. Go. No. Thank you. There are times it's good the kitty can be in here, but man, she finds things and all she does is play with them. Please don't tell me this is coming unsewn. Oh, we're going to fix that. I don't know why I'm having a problem with that. Are they still on the bench? Seriously?
Dr. Clark, you've been tendered as an expert, and did you base your expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
That's a good question.
It was my 4-hour interview with Carly.
That's not
my
long.
90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smylie. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes. Well,
and is that contained in your report?
Yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that's best left, one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll approach.
That is a fair statement. Not too many times have I heard someone in his level humble himself to say, that is not for me to decide. I am not the finder of fact. I will give you my findings in a report, but I am not the finder of fact. Thus, I cannot. I'm like, wow, that's pretty unusual for his standard of practice. No offense. Most people in his shoes can be pretty boastful, and really, he could have really just nailed it shut and said yes or no. And the fact that he left it up for the finders of fact, to me, impresses me.
Sustained, you may continue.
In my humble opinion,
Dr. Clark,
I, as a jury, would put more weight.
are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Just stood up.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into
I
evidence.
can't believe I just did that, y'all. Again. I've spilled the beads. And that's why you have one of these. Lint rollers are really good for picking up beads. Just FYI. Not my initial way of doing it, but I figured that out when my kids were young. This cat is going to drive me crazy, y'all. So what's your opinion? Do you think she meets the criteria? If you were on the jury, what would you say? Does she or does she not meet the
That
criteria?
you reviewed and relied on, the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically
he's not
such
given that.
reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion,
Yes,
who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still on objection.
Yes, sir.
Y'all approach.
Uh-oh. Another approach? Really? Come on, guys. This is getting to be a little bit much. I wish I had a counter like RA does. Oh, here's my native flute that I have on my recording. Not me. Oh, I got to push the button again. Why are you stopping? Okay, that's all it does. Okay. My bad. I wish that there was a kind of a group of people that got together and played their native flutes in like a Zoom type thing where we all can kind of encourage and learn and teach each other. Because I'm a beginner compared to some of these other
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright. I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic. She was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
But look at the way he said it. The way he labeled the mother and the father. That's
were
odd.
you able to gauge about Carly's having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school. And then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as
Send me the link in
staying up
Discord,
past
please.
curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then
I never did that, but a lot of people have.
In the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
Ooh, that's why Mama was mad.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents.
Oh, poor baby.
She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's
What, if anything?
educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you
This isn't helping her.
learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time and about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
That's horrible.
Based on your evaluation,
Shoot, we used those in our purses.
What did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
Why would she have that responsibility? Is that her words or the teacher's?
Earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends, describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
That's horrible.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she
ADHD,
felt kind of
younger sibling
depressed.
passed away.
I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before.
I don't know what's happening, guys.
About when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of
geez,
2023. So just last December that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
And that could
So
also
the other
be
behaviors that the
socially
parents learned
driven.
about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smylie confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
Well, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data.
Some people
to
take
support it, but
15.
it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin.
Not classified as a
again,
vitamin.
it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say, in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those 3 things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were 2 parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January, and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry.
Yep.
All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to build,
It's not in it, you ain't got it.
Visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think
Situational
of it as
depression.
relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot.
Yeah, that's their way of coding it to get the insurance to pay for it when they don't have any other
And
diagnoses.
what is major depressive disorder?
So major
This is not my feed, guys. I don't know what's going on.
depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric.
I'm going to pause it.
Depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And
Yeah,
in this
that's
case, depression,
not
not,
me.
just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness.
I don't think
Um, and
How is depression different than feeling sad?
so we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your, I guess, your emotional state, but it can affect your
She's
sleep, it
15
can
now.
affect
She
your
was
energy,
14.
your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today.
I'm doing this
But in the
because
world of psychiatry, depression
of the
really
cutting
is
in
an
and out
illness,
of
and it
the
tends to affect not just your, I guess, your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down. And then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication, and antidepressants in particular, to try to treat it.
You mentioned that Carly was first.
Yes, she is.
Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and she was and is widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And
which
how
is
did
a
that
standard starting
medication
dose.
seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. It's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported both to me and to the clinician that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction.
It is.
I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the term.
And
Yep, that would be the term. Sorry, I'm trying to get the mic
Carly
where I can
changed
utilize
to
it better.
after Zoloft.
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th, with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot
Trial
of
and
very
error.
individual
That's why they
variability.
call it
So
practicing medicine.
one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft. And the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so the clinician at that point in time on March 12th prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right?
Why was her mother
Cold turkey,
not
quite-
involved
quite the right
in
term, 'cause she didn't have
this
the Zoloft, but
medical
she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on
medicine
March 12th 'cause she
dosing
didn't want to
and
take it anymore.
and
maybe
making
didn't
sure
quite
she was
understand
taking the right
instructions.
meds at the
So
right time?
starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
So what's she saying here, y'all? Okay,
And was there a point in time when a prescriber?
I see where they're going with this. I think I see where they're going with this. I think they're going to say that because she cut off of the Zoloft and went on the Lexapro and did not titrate down like she was supposed to, it caused her drug-induced psychosis. Guess what? She wasn't on it long enough or high enough for that. Not at those doses. She may not have been emotionally happy, but it's not going to make her snap a twig mentally.
Prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac.
In my humble
I
opinion,
believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smylie, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
yeah, not homicidal.
How
Just
did
saying.
Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After
of,
her medication changed?
so there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
Now that can be an issue with the
What did you
meds.
learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told the clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
Self-medicating
Why was it that, why was it
does
that
not mean
Carly turned to
not guilty by reason of insanity or incompetent to withstand trial.
What I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. Which I
Wonder
think
what
it's a very
idiot told her
common
that would work.
reason for adolescents with
I'm not
mental health
saying it.
difficulties
I'm
to
not
be
saying it
self-medicating.
doesn't work, but what I am saying is she's a child. She shouldn't be self-medicating, and how she even knows to do that at 14 is disconcerting to me. My humble opinion.
Any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I mean, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And it's like, and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience,
Marijuana
expertise, and
would
evaluation of
mellow
Carly,
her out,
how
would
is
it
the
not?
marijuana likely to have caused or
Like I'm already going to be demonetized.
So I have a
Made
lot
you
of patients that
paranoid.
smoke
I'm
marijuana.
allergic to
I will
THC.
say,
It'll
legal
put me in a
Massachusetts, which may make a
stroke mode.
difference. And so typically,
Accidentally got a
with
gummy. I
individuals who
didn't know it
smoke
had
marijuana,
THC.
What I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them
Scary
feel
situation.
It helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did
Not
Carly tell you in regards
surprised.
to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions what were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. People actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to a psychiatrist complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in any state? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar II disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Exhibit defendant's exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
Okay. And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Okay. Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples: being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about, have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you
Hey
some
guys,
time
Miss
to
Tracy
research
hopped in for a
sometimes
minute, so
if issues
I had to
come
go
up
say hi to
that
my
really affect
sister.
your, health,
So we
safety,
will,
or
we're
significantly
back.
affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that.
I don't know,
the really
but I gotta
serious
go in
stuff,
again.
The parents going to get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns?
I know
does
that
Carly already
several people have
have
been struggling with the court feed
about
today. So
having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, you might be something like you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly
So blame the
understood her
mother.
father to have a serious psychiatric illness.
So you're blaming the
So Carly
mother.
reported to me that she really was.
So the
afraid
mother has a
that
fear and
she
she
might have a
voices
serious
that
psychiatric
fear,
illness.
Did
and you're
Carly
going to
see
blame
her
the
father
mother.
as a successful person?
No.
That doesn't make me
Based on
happy.
your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that.
You kidding? It's a fad now to have a therapist. Do you have any kids walk around? I got a therapist. I'll tell her about you tonight.
They can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that.
If you
bad.
don't have a therapist,
A
they
lot
think
of,
something's
I think
wrong with you.
teenagers in particular, again, are worried that
I
their
am not
parents are gonna
lying.
find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly any.
Okay, guys. And some of you may get mad at me for saying this, but it's the truth. Nowadays, my daughter has a friend in college who's doing this, and I'm seeing it amongst high school kids, especially more. That and people don't want to admit it. You may say I'm wrong, but I'm going to disagree. Kids nowadays think it's a cool thing to have a mental disability. There's somebody I know, for example, who will sit there and say, "Oh, I have this or I have that, so I can't do this, I can't do that. I'm not responsible for my behavior because I have a mental illness. You have to let me get away with it." I hauled off and punched my teacher, my mother, a stranger on the street. It's happened. And then they go, "Oh, I'm bipolar, schizophrenic, schizoaffective. I have all these mental conditions." I'm sorry. You just got to love me the way I am and accept it. And it has become more of a fad. And I think that is an issue. Now, there are people who legitimately have those things and they should get help. Oh, Mary Kay and I are agreeing. Or I didn't read it nowadays as popular thing. If you don't get in their way. Yep. Not everybody. Now, there are people legitimately have it. I'm not talking about you. I'm not bashing you. Get out of here. Enough.
What it means, what the future might hold for them.
Can't put my feet down because my
Based
dog
on
is
your
laying there.
evaluation of Carly,
I don't know why
and
she's obsessed
your
with it.
interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know when they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. And it's a skill that most teenagers develop.
I won't disagree that.
And especially, the teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example. They may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face. That she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
What do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her.
Oh, so now she's the caregiver.
Like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright, maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and function.
Okay, guys, I have to say something here. Number one, there are situations where that may be true. But once again, this man can only say what he's been talk about what she told him, somebody else told him. We have a mother who is unalive, not able to share her truth. See, there's something that's missing here. This may be Carly's truth, does not mean it is the truth. Children see things differently than us adults do. I'm not minimizing what Carly has gone through by any means, as far as any bullying or school stuff. But what he is solely relying on and giving 100% of weight to in the way he's discussing this with us, to me, is all based off of her. And the stepfather, God love him for sticking by her because that's not her biological father, but you don't have to be biological to be a dad. I get that. I'm adopted. I'm not going to argue that. Well, what I am arguing greatly is the fact that this clinician is basing so much weight on this child's information that she has shared. Where is the objective view? He's in her boat. He is not thinking, well, okay, this is her viewpoint, but where's the reality in this? Yeah, mommies, especially when they're divorced and they're not married, i.e. me, I had two kids and I had a headache real bad. I'm not feeling well. I'm hugging and praying to the porcelain throne. Getting sick. And my daughter is crying because she wants something. And my son, who's 4 years older, is taking care of her while I am trying to take care of me. What is wrong with that? It's called taking care of one another. But for him to say that she felt emotionally responsible for her mother's emotional state, that I'm not buying that. She may say that, but I'll be honest, children who have emotional problems at this age will say all kinds of stuff. I'm not believing it. I'm not saying she didn't feel that way. I'm just saying I doubt that was the full 100% reality because you have a mother who's been unalived and can't sit there and say, "Okay, that's what she's telling you." But here's the situation. This is what was going on. This is what we were doing to help her. I was making sure she took her medicine. Why is a child sitting there saying that she cold turkey quit off her medicine? You're not speaking to the mother. She could be lying to you. The mother may have titrated her off, but she's lying because she knows that this can cause her to hopefully have an insanity plea. I mean, she's in juvie with kids older than her who have gone through some things and can educate her on what some of this stuff. I just don't have a lot of weight in him right now. Where is the room for error?
Carly, how, would you say that she minimized her symptoms or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked
That's
harder
normal.
with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
I'm just not buying
Now, are
it.
auditory hallucinations or hearing
Anybody have
voices
another opinion, you feel free to
typically
voice it. I'm not going to
someone
get
with
mad.
bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed,
Bipolar 2 are
can
functioning.
experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that.
And a lot of people are misdiagnosed with that.
Absolutely experience auditory hallucination. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
Thank you, Miss Kristen.
Based on
How you
what
doing, love?
you reviewed
You need to
in
go. You can
preparing
go.
for your evaluation of
I
Carly,
appreciate your being here.
were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Oh, please.
Yes.
Are you throwing
Please.
everything
So
out there?
The document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? We put Carly's journal into evidence. Just hand you that copy of it. Now, you mentioned a journal entry from March 12th.
Correct.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th,
She said, read it,
writes,
not
I think I had a
explain it.
psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier
Self-talk?
today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy. And then she goes on to say, I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide! Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach? Did you also have an opportunity to review a
Will you
sketchbook?
get to the microphone
Yes.
before you
And that
talk?
sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in
I
Carly's
know,
sketchbook
Mary.
that you reviewed in preparing for her
Or the little people?
interview
The
and
little people did.
evaluation stood out
You
to
know what I'm talking about, Mary?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say, I don't quite know what to make of it.
The
but I
little
find it
people.
raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer. And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, please help me, I don't something, I'm sorry. And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had
Wow.
happening in the above paragraph.
What if it
that
was
she had signed
pink?
from Lake Germa.
Does it,
And
ink
when I
doesn't
asked
matter
Carly about this,
unless it's
she said
red
that she had
and
no
it looks
idea
like
what I was
B
talking
L L
Did
O
you ask anybody
O
else about
O
that writing?
D.
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smylie about some of the writings,
Like with
and he told me that
Crumbly.
he and
Heaven
Ashley
forbid you write in
Smylie
green
had
ink.
found several writings in
I
a
write in a lot of
journal
colors.
in Carly's room that had
I
been
like colored
hidden
ink.
away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes. And they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smylie also told me that some of the writing was seemed to be in a different handwriting.
Oh,
that Carly
please.
disavowed.
Kids that age change their handwriting like they do their underwear.
The second page that I gave you there, sir.
Now you're
Yes.
going to suggest
Was that also
to us this
the
child
sketchbook that you
has
reviewed?
what's called identity
I actually
dissociation
don't recall whether
disorder
it was in a sketchbook
or
in a
multiple
different
personalities?
journal. It's the
Really?
one titled April 7th.
And what about that?
Got to keep my
injury?
peace. I'm beating.
So I'll just say, Mr. Smylie told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here,
Ada is
"I'm a
getting
schizophrenic
glitchy today.
person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just
When you're
want to
hurry,
find
when you're
true
not.
love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy.
Kids
My
write
thoughts envelop me.
differently all
I'm
the
scared.
time.
I need help."
Nobody writes consistently the same
And I'm happy to talk
100%
about
of
it.
the time.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be.
Yes.
Right. So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I
Why
do
then
think it's
are you
reasonable
talking
to
about it?
think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father?
I know
having
you do.
schizophrenia?
I like the
So
back and
Carly
forth
told me that her
bantering.
father had
We're
bipolar
good.
disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had.
I can lose my cool.
If
I lose my cool, I put this down. When this goes
Really
down,
was the bipolar
Mhm.
diagnosis. that
we
she
got a
was clear
problem.
about.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
I really don't think you have a
Tell
good
us a little bit
picture of
about what
her.
schizophrenia is.
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations, also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what
Oh.
psychosis is?
Yes. So
They
psychosis is
blamed
a
us on
psychiatric
psychosis.
condition.
I'm going to be
I think I
mad.
define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
But that
What do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally
grandeur.
our thoughts go from one thing.
Okay, guys, let's think about this. I'm trying so hard to listen to him. Once again, had I not seen the video, I would be halfway on his boat or more than halfway because I understand a lot of this. I've I've experienced what's called drug-induced psychosis when I was put on prednisone. That was way 90 milligrams. Everybody knows what steroids are. You go from 0 to 90. Yeah, it's going to mess you up. My doctor screwed up. And let me tell you, that is not what we're talking about here. And this child, if I'd not seen those videos of when she unalived her mother, she had clarity of thought, she had reasoning, she had the ability to think through what she was doing. She looked to see if the coast was clear. She hid the gun, well, I'm long enough in, gun behind her back. She put the gun down. She picked up the phone and texted on her mother's phone to her father. This to me is not a girl who is not capable or in a psychotic state. And once again, if you worked at a place like the state hospital, you've seen enough of it. That ain't it. And I'm not an expert, but I'm not believing this guy. If I was on the jury, I would be going, your testimony's out. Their journal entries April of the previous year or this year. Exactly. And here's the thing. She's so smart, and those people manipulate. Yeah. And when you go into a place like juvie, you've got a lot of people who've been doing this a long time. And they're people who older and people her age who do have those problems. And it's easy to mimic. You put her in that situation, she'll adapt to it. I had to think of who CG was for a second. Go figure.
Thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing and then they'll make a jump to another thing. They'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly,
how many disorders are you going to label her with?
The last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake. At times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she's been doing these things for at least a couple of years.
All right, once again, said, so where is the proof of?
She was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself.
No. Stop. I know y'all may get mad at me. Go ahead. It's fine. And I don't have my earring in. What did I do with my earring? Oh, crap. Fell off. Okay. I'm both in the same ear. How funny. Okay, guys, no wonder that one was heavy. Everything he is saying is based off of what this girl said. I can go to a therapist right now and say, and not do any of it. It's based solely on what I say. I can go in there and get him to have me diagnosed with schizophrenia, multi-personality disorder, bipolar 2, and an eating disorder. It's all based on what you tell them. Where is the opposing side to this? Well, that would be the mama. Tell me if I'm wrong.
All, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Where are the scars from her cutting? Where did she cut? I want to see the scars.
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world. Which may not mean a
Her
lot.
teachers would have
Dissociation
noticed
can
this stuff.
be both very mild and quite severe.
Where
Mild
are other
dissociation,
documents?
which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation.
That's normal.
Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or that they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder. Where people,
lot of
for
times.
example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever.
They're like
wherever
a zombie. They're going through the
wherever it might
motions,
be.
but they don't
And that can
remember
be
they're
very,
doing
very
it.
distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are. They're like,
People call it
"I have no
amnesia.
idea." And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a
What did I
somewhat
say?
controversial diagnosis. But there are certainly people who experience, I think, on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals, I think, really do struggle from a psychiatric.
And you just tried to introduce
Dissociation is
voices?
most typically
Well, that's
thought
going to be
of as the
schizophrenia.
result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that let's say a child that's being sexually abused, right? During the abuse, might just
Their mind
go
goes
away.
somewhere else.
Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through.
And they may not even remember it
That's one
for
of the,
years.
I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And
Yep.
can you explain?
So now you're
the
saying
significance
she's
of
okay. So
bipolar 2 disorder.
can somebody help me, please? Help me, please. He's talked about bipolar 2, depression, clinically, schizophrenia, multiple personality, dissociative disorder, and eating disorder. That's 6. There is no way this girl could function the way she has in school with all these diagnoses.
And the auditory hallucinations.
Oh, so
Now you're going to say she's got
in the period of
voices.
time up until March 12th.
That
Carly
doesn't
reported
happen
that,
overnight.
Her mood was
That's
flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more
throwing
prominent,
everything at the wall.
and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing.
Oh, not to kill mommy.
They said. So her mood is poor. The voices are getting worse. Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported that she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the vital court records?
Can you ask a
So
question?
I received
once
the
you get
vital
this
court records are the
walk in
records
here,
from
benefit?
the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards, so I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
I knew that was coming when that comment was made. Okay, guys, I got to say this, guys. I really got to say this. You are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink and the toilet bowl, at this. I would have a whole lot more respect for this guy if he would throw one or two, and that's it. One or two. And she's not supposed to be talking to him. Why are they allowed to be speaking? How come the judge and the people are not stopping this? This girl is not that messed up. I'm not an expert, but if I was a jury, I'd be throwing his testimony out. Where are the school notes? If a child, hold on.
Beginning, I think, March.
Okay. The mother worked at the school with which her daughter went to. If the daughter was cutting, because my mother worked at my school, I know how fast that stuff travels. If the daughter said to anybody that she was cutting, that mother would know about it. Where are the cuts? Tell me, where are they? Where's the photograph of the cuts? If I was trying to prove this, I'd be showing photographs of the scars. Now, sometimes kids will cut surfacely. Sometimes they have friends that are cutting and they do it because they think it's going to make them feel good. They do one cut and they go, oh, no, this is not what I want to do. I do believe she is probably very much influenced. I get it. But at the same time, I'm not agreeing with him. You know, you're throwing every diagnosis at the wall. Depressed? Okay, I'll take that. But it doesn't mean you're going to do what you do. Where are the case notes of her therapist over the years or throughout the whole time? That's the therapist is saying, I've observed this. This is what I'm seeing. This is what you're not seeing any of that. And from what I understand, the therapist is not testifying. Why not? Why did you not subpoena the therapist? The therapist would know her better than anybody else would, unless it wouldn't help.
28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, that she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
Oh my!
So hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often
meaning
critical.
Pick up the gun
but
and go
auditory
shoot
hallucinations is when you hear a voice
now
that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voice.
Oh, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Schmeagol. Is his name? My precious. Okay, that dude. You want a good example of what goes on in the head of somebody with that problem? That is a good example. That's what they hear in their head. You see him switching from voice to voice and thought to thought. That's what he's talking about. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing it. Why was he concerned then about her to tell the mom, you may want to remove all metal products? Yeah. Well, first of all, this is brought in after the mother deceased. Okay. So none of that was probably an issue until after the decease of the mother. Because they're not have any evidence. Nothing they have shown was prior. If this was really the case, there would be a whole lot more signs. There would be meetings at the school. The parents would be involved. She would be on much heavier medication. I'm just saying, I'm not believing him.
Voices will often, when you have a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly.
That's why
several
some
different
people drown their
times
kids.
whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively. each time.
Please.
So I was surprised to see. that
Sorry,
she
do
had
this again. This will
told
be
the
quick.
vital cord-
Also, young kids, do you know how we can have internal thoughts? And it sounds like our voice. And sometimes we think about things we should not do. They get that confused with the inside voice, especially at that age. So you really have to dig deep to try to discern which is it self-talk or a true auditory, inner auditory voice.
for clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
Oh, please.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So
When her mom died.
Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was
Not high
continuing on
enough.
Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same
Convenient.
time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams.
And that's still
And the Lexapro
very
stopped. So those
low
two medication
threshold.
changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
That's a huge change for such a low
Was
threshold.
her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify. And
That's
what the records
not
would
high.
say starting in July.
And
That's a
what stood out
maintenance
to you about
dose.
that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication. It can be very sedating. And typically what I
No
see with
people were
adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose, unless
But
they've
also
either
prisons.
have really significant behavioral problems, have been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness.
And a lot of prisons and y'all listen to this. Dun, dun, dun. A lot of prisons will over medicate. Do you know why? Any idea why? Because they want to make sure the jails, including juvie, they want to make sure they stay calm. They want to keep them as level and subdued. So they will over a little bit. Sometimes I know because my ex was there. We talked about this. They will go more than what an out of jail physician would prescribe, especially on antidepressants. And everybody, they try to put everybody on it. You go in, you're on an antidepressant, antipsychotic. You are. Very few. You got like 80% of the jail or prison on drugs. So what this guy is telling me does not surprise me. And number one, and number two, is this sticking again? Yep. Number two, he's not taking any other things into consideration. He's putting all of his eggs in one basket of she told me, so I believe it. His job is to listen objectively and then take the whole picture. He ain't doing that.
That's like schizophrenia.
And what's the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used
In
to
jail?
help with
They're on more than
emotional
that.
overload. It's used to help. It's a mood stabilizer.
And then one girl
but
was
10 to
on like
15 milligrams a
25.
day is kind of the typical.
That was high.
Upper limit.
In fact, I know someone who sued a prison who was over medicating
What
him.
if any issues,
On
when you
purpose.
spoke with Mr. Smylie, what if any issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just one? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry, go
question.
ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking.
Because she didn't think it was going to help her at the time?
Is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to think. Is she?
How much are they paying you?
Right? Isn't this convenient that she's
Yeah,
coming
right.
up with this story now after she's been arrested? Right? That's like
That's why juries are important. They all bring different life skills
She'd be
and
leading with
experiences to the
The
table.
voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down.
Someone should be
So the
seeing
fact
through
that
this
she had had it
BS.
Now it's saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for
There
some
you go.
secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get, they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? I mean, obviously, she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
Yes. And you got
I'm
paid
still giving a
hundreds,
long-winded
if not
answer to
thousands
your
of dollars an hour.
So
Look at that little smirk on her face.
her being on Abilify, I
Oh,
think is really
no.
it's very important. And the fact that
She knows this
Carly
is
reports
good.
that
Look how
been very
she's paying
consistent about this.
attention.
Once she got on
She's
Abilify,
loving this.
and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good, and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying this.
So she
works
goes
for
to
me.
psych hospital for
So
the
I think
rest
that's
of her
right.
life.
The
She's not
auditory
sick.
hallucinations or the disappearing auditory hallucinations are striking. And then the third thing is,
Be right back.
Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be really have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful. From April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder
Crash
has
and burn.
mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of
Highs
agitation,
and lows.
it's followed by a crash that they will frequently, for some people, really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at this, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that. To me, that's very consistent with a pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time. And
Are
then
you
how much
kidding? Have you
better she
ever been in juvie
felt,
before?
Relatively
Shoot.
by the end of the summer.
Even a regular
Where she's
prison
still in the same circumstances
or jail, people
as she
can
was
cry
before.
hysterically for
What I take
days.
from that is there's likely a
They
biological
screwed their lives up. They know they're in
She
trouble.
didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And
I don't.
is it
I think
vilified
that you're
the first
being paid
time,
to
based
save
on
her
your
butt, and
interview
that's
of
what you're
Carly
going
and
to
the
do.
records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic
I'm not being a
medication?
good host
Yes.
today, am I?
And as I mentioned, Abilify can have
Putting too much of my
significant mood
personal
stabilizing
opinion in.
properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like
Ooh,
Abilify are
lithium is
frequently used
nasty.
to help stabilize someone's
You do not want to
And
ever be
what,
put
if
on
any, other
lithium, you guys.
medications was
That
Carly
stuff is
also on
crazy
after,
nasty.
After she arrived
Lithium
to
is
the
bad and
Rankin
stuff.
County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on
That was a
Lexapro,
huge
10
drum.
milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched to from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities, but differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
He doesn't know what she's asking.
So
What is
there's
your research
something
and
personality
methods?
traits? And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder. Are conditions
Borderline
in
personality
psychiatry
disorders
that
are one of the
supposed to
hardest
represent
ones to
an
deal with.
enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like
I
bred in
could
the
see her
blood,
having that.
someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to kind of point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as say a personality
I
disorder,
agree,
they can
Ms.
have
Swan.
personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe 2 things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice. And it can be really stigmatizing. I mean,
I wonder how many YouTube psychologists are going to rip his butt a new one. I'm going to be watching a lot of stuff tonight after I get my homework done. Because let me say this, he's so full of crap. I think, okay, guys, I've taken psychology. I'm not a psychologist. I have a lot of life experiences, and you learn a ton if you're listening and paying attention when you work in a state institution that houses people who are incompetent to withstand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity. If you do your job with diligence, you listen and learn, you would find out. And a lot of what he's saying, I'm questionable about.
If you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview.
And you should
but
too.
It's about how they are over time in many different
You should too.
settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you?
So you can label
observe in
your
Carly?
spouse or children, but not a
So-
client?
I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And
Mental health.
based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to become have serious problems with the law. Individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel, and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observation of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would. No.
You may think it, but professionally you
So,
wouldn't.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she'd had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
She got some bad weed.
How can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used
And she's
antidepressant
mixing it with
could
meth.
have such an impact on Carly's symptoms?
Okay,
So-
you don't take
So the SSRI medications
Plant
are widely used, generally
supplements
considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration.
with
Um,
new
and
medications
most
like that at all.
adolescents do just fine.
She
with
had
them.
an effect.
They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they
Scared
do.
her.
But there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality.
How about the
Right,
THC?
so there's a small number of individuals. It's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly
Really?
quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before. They're given a medication.
But we're
like
not talking
Prozac,
about that.
and,
That's not
and
the
all of a sudden
issue
they get suicidal.
here.
So the Food
Is
and
it,
Drug
sir?
Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's thick, heavy black box that says
Yep.
warning. You need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may,
Yes.
for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had
Here's
woken
say.
up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class at the first time that had happened.
Why are
That
you
she
looking at her?
Went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they
The
drove
mother
home as
probably had a
usual.
sense it was going on
That
too.
when they got home, Carly went to the
Yes,
backyard to let
you're
the
right,
dogs out,
Haley.
and that her memory went blank at that point. And that
Her behavior on that
memory
video
came
does
back
not line up with that.
as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
I'm not believing
Dr.
it.
Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning
Hallucinations.
was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything,
can
stood
because he's
out
an
to you
expert.
about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response
I actually
was?
didn't hear that particular response.
Okay.
Good
What, if
answer.
anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was more stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. Yeah,
You can
she-
unalive
she-
her and
she
still
missed
miss
her
her.
mother very much, and she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly?
Finally, we're
and
getting to the
family
point.
members that you spoke to.
Yeah, so I think I have maybe four. So just to say, number one, her mood disorder, right? So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia spectrum and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, oh, you're better than that guy. I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than oh, you're better than that guy. I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory.
I'm glad other people are seeing it too.
Shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. I'm
Really?
not even sure that we've talked
Seriously,
about.
dude.
All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro.
I'm sorry.
I'm
not sorry. I don't buy it.
With some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to
Guys,
say
I don't believe that either.
Transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose,
and
what
not
they
for long.
can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost the flu-like illness,
Yep.
headache, achiness,
Not
brain zaps,
psychosis.
but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms coming off.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of disassociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality.
Daydreaming?
That had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of the full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
Thank you.
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No.
No. I mean, some people are,
Yeah.
and at other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So, yes.
God almighty,
So
girl. Can we
what
get
I
off of
think
this?
happened on March 19th.
And I'm not being very
is
nice,
the
I know
following,
it.
That Carly was, at that point, really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings, made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period.
So in other words, you can be shopping at your local Walmart and something triggers you and you can dissociate. Yeah. 30 minutes, an hour later, you find yourself at home. You're like, what just happened? You go to the car, you see some of the things that you needed, but not all of them, because you probably just checked out and left. People can come up and talk to you, and they would probably think you were just feeling under the weather. You may or may not recognize a certain person, but if you do, you can say, hi, how are you? Good. But you have no memory of it. So, but looking, if she would have walked in, put the 3 holes in her, and walked out with the weapon to her side, and just set the weapon down, and then just sat down, did nothing. What got me, she looked to see if someone was there. I don't think you do that in a dissociated state. I could be wrong. But you sure in the heck wouldn't have the thought to pick up the phone to find out where stepdaddy was. Once again,
I mean, amnesia can last
humble
from
opinion.
A few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit
I'm
at their
struggling
desk?
with that.
Yes.
I'm not saying
And
they can't, but I'm
long do
struggling
these
with all of his
dissociative
diagnoses.
states typically
He just said
last?
1 or 2,
I
I'd
don't
be
think there's
okay.
a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, I mean, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative
Yeah,
reaction
exactly,
to stressful
case
events
1.
and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time, and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did.
You just
So that's
put a
that's
hole
the
in
hard
your
question.
testimony,
But the
dude.
answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress,
Why does she not
often
have a
close
past
relationship with the individual whom you are violent toward, whom you are
Okay,
violent.
Swan, that's bad.
Strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly fits.
I want to
really
see
fits
cross
all
on
of
them.
The one
this.
caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor. Or people that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusion. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews.
Yeah, and then called her friend. Yeah,
as
no.
much as I can, and then I sort
I
of
keep
sit
forgetting
down,
about that
and
part.
it's almost as if I
Called
have,
her friend
the
to
pieces
see
of
what
the
she
jigsaw
done.
puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place, and then what I try to do
No,
is come
you're
up
forgetting
with a
about that fact.
hypothesis that fits the pieces.
I did.
And what
Hell
I try
no.
to do is look at alternative hypotheses. Like, let's, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is, somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness,
Just pure evil. That's called being
and the sort of
pure
the continuation of the plan,
pure evil.
Just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's
Have you thought about that?
Right, that's for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it. Right, she just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seems senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me.
Does she do that?
Planning to shoot her father, her stepfather, makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is. right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate
You've only
that
known
she
her
has
for
the
4
capability of
hours.
doing something like that in such
You
such a caliber
don't
way.
know
So those are the two
this
other hypotheses.
child.
And so I put this together, acknowledging
You
that
only know
it's
what
not
she
perfect,
has
right?
represented
It's a
to
hard
you.
situation, and
True.
not everything lines up. But I'll say that I mean, the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she'd been picked up by law enforcement.
I don't think
on
he
March
should have been
19th,
in the courtroom,
and her
but it is a law that he
conversations with her
can.
Stepfather.
Yep, he did.
And you've already stated that Carly's a
Oh.
very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed,
Book
I
smart
think it's pretty
and
clear.
street smart.
This is not
different
some
things.
well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
You think?
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
Really? You're going to go there.
Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight.
Your Honor, he
than that.
can't speak for her.
And
Put her on the stand to answer that.
On one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home.
Yeah.
And then kind of engaged in a senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
Objection.
So I guess that psychopaths,
Like I said earlier,
use that
Haley.
phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really any significant sort.
That you
what
know
doesn't
of.
fit the psychopathic model.
And
Oh, I so disagree with you. I personally want to say this. I don't have it out for the girl. If she's truly that ill, then she needs in a place where she gets help.
Dr. Clark, are you aware?
I don't disagree
of,
with that. What I disagree with
Based on your experience,
is the fact that he's throwing
evaluation
everything
of
at the
Carly,
wall.
Do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate
Yes.
the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your
She didn't know what's right
experience,
or wrong. Why did she
expertise,
hide the gun?
evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe
Why
she
did
understood
she
the nature
hide
and quality of
the
the
gun
assault on March
if she
19th?
didn't know right
At that
from
time?
wrong?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Sustain.
I have no further, we tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury
Hallelujah.
exits.
Oh. Mary Kay, you still here? I'll be right back.
All right, record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Todd, I was not cutting you off. I want to make that clear. Are you sure you rested with this witness?
We actually, we witnessed it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I apologize. I had a juror signaling me pretty heavily. He needed to go to the restroom. So I was just trying to make that happen. Dr. Clark, you're going to be free to move about and go to the restroom. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. It is 2:30. We will be in recess till at least 2:45.
Look. Okay. I'm going to take the camera off so I don't get nervous. This is for you, Miss Kay. Give me a second. You should still be able to hear me. Something's in it. Miss Kay, give me a second. I'm adjusting the bird. There we go. All right. I had to adjust the bird. The bird is this. My puppers. No, sit. Go. Out. All right, Miss K, did you hear that? I hope you did. I hope you heard it. That was for you, beloved. Oh, trying to turn my fan on. There we go. Okay, Miss K. Where is you? I hope you didn't miss that because I'll have to do it all over again. Oh, snap. Ms. Boone's attorneys have been busy today. Return of property. It's a lot. We'll go over all of that in a little bit. If you need, I'll play some more. I needed the most and was ready to give up to the pain. Oh no, my love. No. You want me to play some more? I'll be happy to. Do you want to share a little bit about the flute in a comment so people can understand? Hold on a sec. I just wanted to show you my drum. I'm going to go ahead and go full skirt. Well, let me see how bad my desk looks. So yeah, I can do that. It's fine. Y'all, this is a native drum. You probably have seen it, but it's kind of loud. But my native drum, isn't it a pretty one? This is a real hide, but I only play that on special with groups of people. I don't play it by myself. If others do y'all, sorry about that, you couldn't hear me. That is my native drum. I play that with others. I don't play it by myself. Do y'all mind me playing some more flute for Miss Mary Kay? I will if Miss Mary Kay has requested. Are y'all okay with that? I'm not here to offend, but yes, it is. Sorry. Whew. And my doggie loves it. She comes and sits right here. A lot of times she'll put her nose right at the base. You like that? Hmm? She loves it. Mary Kay, did you recognize the shawl? Mm. I always play with my shawl. You know what that stands for, right, my love? You know what that stands for, right? Missing. Let me get it out of the way. Missing murdered Indigenous women. Very special. Very special. You're welcome, love. Okay. For those who don't know, there are millions and millions of people in the Native community across the United States. Um, um, that are missing and murdered every year. It is a crisis right now in the United States. It is a form of moving humans against their will across the United States and Canada. If you ever see Indigenous people with a red handprint on their face, that's what they're representing. Here's some facts about it. In Canada, I said Canada, didn't I? This is a widespread anger and sadness in the First Nation communities. Sisters, wives, mothers, daughters are gone from their families without clear answer. Their families whose loved ones are missing. Babies grow up without mothers, mothers without daughters, grandmothers without grandmothers. For Native Americans, this adds one more layer of trauma upon existing. The National Crime Information Center reported in 2016 alone, there were 5,712 reports, not all of them are reported, of American, Indian, Alaskan, Native women and girls missing. This does not have Canadian, but Canada is just as much in a crisis as we are. Through the Department of Justice Federal Missing Person Database, only logged 116 cases. The red hand over the mouth has become a symbol of a growing movement in the MMIW movement. It stands for All Missing Sisters Whose Voices Will and Are Not Heard. It stands for the silence of the media and the law enforcement in the midst of this crisis. It stands for the oppressions and the subjugation of Native women who are now rising up to say no more stolen sisters. A lot of my shirt. Where did my live feed go? This is crazy, y'all. I'm dropping feeds. A lot of my shirts, you'll see the red handprint. You might see something with missing and murdered Indigenous women. Okay, let me pop it up. So you'll see I have a lot of t-shirts about that. Yes, and Canada is suffering just as much. We love our Canadian sisters and brothers. Get on a mic.
We would make a motion to exclude, and strictly Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because it's
Okay, I'm going to start back because I can't understand him. He's not on a mic. We're not silent in it anymore.
best hypothesis, and I would also state that, ask Ms. Eaton to just search certain terms, during the break and, such a reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that, in the record.
Response. In particular, it's head note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
Is it the 111 Southern Third?
No, 684 Southern
Okay.
Second, 594.
Mary Kay, please go to Discord. Mary Kay, to the principal's office.
Your Honor, may the defense have a short break to read this case as it's not been provided to us?
Sure.
Okay. I outside of the presence of the jury. Okay. What are we doing? I guess y'all, I don't know how many, but there were schools that Native children were forced to go to back in, well, all the way through the 50s and I think 70s. And a lot of them, there was a picture of a graduating class from 1898, I think it was. Maybe it was 1910. I don't, early. And there were hundreds, almost, they said it was almost 1,000 people, children were at this school. And only less than 120 officially graduated out of that school. They were forced to cut their hair. They were forced to give up their language, their culture, and to assimilate into white society. This is history. This is not prejudice. And a lot of them did not survive and make it home after they turned 18.
That they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Yeah, Canada was 1994. You're right.
You would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your
Like
Honor, that
late
there
80s when I was in high school.
denied
thousands
certainty
upon
that he went
thousands
through in
upon
making his
thousands
hypothesis, what
children.
he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply testified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While the state admits that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, and as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 702, 703, or under the case law of this state.
This is going to be the court's ruling.
This trial is a hot mess. A very hot mess.
Long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell.
Good, thank you.
I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did at the very end give an opinion in line with McNaughton.
Oh no.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude.
He's struggling. He is pissed and struggling.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. All right. Anything further from the state? Bring them in.
Oh. Okay, I need a little help with that. Anybody can explain a little bit? I had a hard time hearing and reading fast enough. Were they trying to get that witness testimony thrown out? Look at him. He's going to go home and throw a few. Y'all know what that means. Poor guy. Yeah, he's doing everything he can to stay professional and keep his mouth shut.
All right, before we get started, I apologize. I did have a juror reach out like, hey, I need to use the restroom, and I made him wait a few minutes. I apologize. I try to take breaks at logical places so y'all can hear all the evidence in blocks. If it becomes a dire emergency, you give me, I don't know, maybe the universal hand signal. Yeah. You feel free to extend the middle finger or something. When I say, can you wait 5 minutes? All right. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. Okay. But I do my best to take the breaks where they logically fall. But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know. Okay. Let me know.
You really got to go.
Cross-examination.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Oh,
All right. Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Well, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few. So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So, as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
Middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right. And Doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times did you say you testified as an expert witness?
I think I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant. Right. And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Camp?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but there's not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever.
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The records, I may have gotten records a few days before then,
Okay.
but that's generally correct. Yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling this sense of being separate from the world, and that things were sort of dreamlike still.
so did you put the words in her mouth?
But it happened when she was having evaluation.
Or is that your
she would go to court?
Reading between the lines?
And other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who were representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I'd been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Miss Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smylie, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Miss Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smylie, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
Well, I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay.
Well, a lot of them don't.
Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I've not provided them, nor I've not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes,
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
that's correct. Yes.
You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around, I believe, around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th. Okay. And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smylie.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Miss Gregg and Miss Smylie came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
Okay. And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And
why didn't you
that it's talking
request
about
it?
That Ms.
You
Gregg
could
was
have.
texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. And who was that?
That was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right. And
Billie Jean?
What did your interview, did you rely on that interview with BG?
No,
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did. Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they had been friends for at least a few years, that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that
Okay,
he became
first of all,
aware
how
around
many-
early March that she was smoking marijuana, and that
How many 14, 15-year-old kids talk like that? Show me your notes. I want to hear the real
he
words,
was
not
concerned
your
about it. We talked to her
paraphrasing.
about it, and he told me that he had told He had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Miss Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over and that he asked for the address and that he was actually heading over, but I think at that point it was too late.
Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come?
Why are you putting, wait.
He did not.
Heading over, but by then it was too late. He had already shot her. Your words, sir. Watch your words.
Say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she
I'm sorry, I
reached
can't
out to
answer
him,
that.
Between
Oh, you're good,
whenever
Ann.
she shot
You're
and
good.
killed her mom and whenever she shot
Oh, good.
her dad, correct, or her stepdad.
I
You
believe
just
so,
missed
yes.
my flute playing. That's all. A horrible, horrible flute playing.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you.
Yes.
All right.
Well, that isn't wise. She's got mental health issues. She knows it.
You go
Not being-
on down there.
Maybe in denial.
You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent.
Oh, please.
something
It
there. I
was
just don't know
all
because
over
she
the
didn't-
news.
Right. And you saw, you talked about it on your direct with Ms. Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning.
Gotta do
You
it.
watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, and she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I told the attorney, I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
I'm going to get me
That
tea.
is
I'll
what
be
you
right
said
back.
on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
Do you mean at that point in time or do you mean right now? As we sit here today?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
Right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their actions, their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review.
Right.
Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not, she was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that. So that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg.
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions when he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case.
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly says she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yeah, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right.
I'm sorry. You've only been with her for how many hours?
We'll jump
Boy,
forward
she's
a little
got
bit.
you
Just
fooled.
as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
But she remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I wonder
I
what
wanna
the
talk a little bit
jury is
about,
made up of.
Accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right.
How many
Is
men,
it
how many
important
women,
to
what
receive,
ages?
Complete information.
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And
I would
then
be getting
your
independent
other,
documents.
The other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and
I got you.
knowledge of the literature.
Yada, 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 yada.
If you have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that I talked about this a little bit earlier? Isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity? True that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness.
Yes.
Kids at her age with her smarts
All right. So I want to
catch
keep
on to
moving
the game.
a little bit, where section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until when this event happened earlier this year in March.
Actually, that starts January of 2024.
This is not good. Let me see if I can find a better feed.
And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. You mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I had already referred to the knife in school incident at some
Okay.
other point.
Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually, our exam, Ms. Todd, you stated he told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. It was listed. You say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly at the school and either asked in your
I'm looking.
that it was left in some pants from hunting those lines. Is that correct?
No.
Again, we'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second. All right. Are you aware that was confronted by the
I
school?
don't have
for
any other
bringing the
stream
knife to
to
school?
pull from. Even trial
She
TV
originally
is
told
off.
him that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to. Is that what she told you?
They're down.
No. She told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay. So she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
Objection. Objection. I am trying this new tea. I'm in the process of making a commercial. This is our new sponsor, Ollie Tea Leaf Company. Handcrafted artisan Ollie Leaf tea and herbal tea blends. It is. And that's what I'm having right now. It's what I'm having right now. Oh, I've never had this one.
That's great, John. Thank you.
I know. Well, what's going? Is it you or them? Because they're having trouble too, love. Trial TV. I'm so sorry. I'll be happy to host if you need me to. I don't mind. Oh my God. That's the best. Trial TV. If you need me to host, I'll be happy to. We'll put your name up there. I have no problem with that. Oh gosh, that's good. It's just too hot. Anything I can do to help, let me know. I didn't know you were lurking. I didn't know you were lurking. I'm sorry, guys, you're having that problem. I put one bead too many in there, so I'm going to have to pop it out. Yeah, I'm going to have to start. Oh, that's bad. Real bad. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to monitor mine. Well, I have monitor. Braxton was helping me, but now that he's working, it's more difficult. He's so awesome. I miss him. I miss you, Braxton. I miss your humor, your laughter. Sensei, go lay down. Place. I didn't say here. Place. We got a big day tomorrow.
All right, Dr. Clark, sorry about that.
Yeah, I
handed
know.
you a document that's already been produced in evidence. as
Maybe you can help
uh,
teach me about
D15,
OBS.
and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
It scares me.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay. And when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school,
Objection, Your Honor. Here's that.
whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Not to
And then,
show somebody.
She was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Okay.
Well, there you go. That's what she said.
And the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified that she would have to follow protocol. Let's see.
That's embarrassing as a mom to work at the school and you're being a teacher. And then your daughter has to go to the alternate school for bringing a knife. Oh, gosh, yes, that would be a huge embarrassment. Trust me, I lived it. I never brought a knife to school, but just breathing in the wrong way could be embarrassing to my mom. And, it was difficult. You always knew that your actions would go back to your mom. And my mom working at the same school. I don't think kids should be going to schools where their parents work. I don't think it's healthy. If you live in a big city and there are other options, they should have done that. If that is the
next
only
page number,
high school, then I
document
understand.
in that.
These
Or
both
middle
are
school.
date stamps of 475.
Okay.
But no, I do not normally approve of children and staff being in the same
That
school system.
475, you
It's
see
not
that
fair to the
indeed
kid.
Carly changed her story, didn't
Difficult
she?
on the parent,
Yes.
unless a parent
And
loves that
she
kind of
stated
control.
that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
Good point. She could lie about that. She could definitely lie about all of this.
And back on, you're talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared testimony. And you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she on her phone texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes. And so in 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 days.
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering that 5 years?
15,
Okay.
something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristics for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
That was also at school. But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2020, lost touch with reality.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed senior skip day. I was the only senior who didn't get to skip because they didn't tell me, because they didn't want me to tell my mom
And
ruin it.
coming down there in the next
And I'm like, don't you think they
see
already
where she
knew?
talks about that she or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you? Okay. Told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as you're better than them. But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess what you would call
I'm getting
auditory or
sleepy.
command hallucinations, correct?
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smylie, actually her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, and again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off of what she told you
That is based on what she told me, yes.
after she's been charged with murder, correct?
There you go. He's not liking this line of questioning. Look at his demeanor. Look, I'm not saying she doesn't have issues. I'm not against her personally. If she has issues, they need to treat her.
And that leads
But
us up to the
what bothers me
you have
is the
here
way
where
it's
you talk
being
about January to
approached.
March of 2024, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
See, with
And
me,
you talk
it's
about
not
the fact
what's
that,
said.
Carly's
It's sometimes
mom found
how
out that
it's said.
she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, or Ms. Smylie thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean,
Yep.
it's fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you,
It is.
that she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
And you believe that everybody, when they walk the door with mental
Did you
health
review the
issues,
notes,
everyth's
from
fine?
Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right. Is that
You believe
Magnolia
they say when they're
Counseling?
taking their meds when you know they're not?
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk does she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to page stamp 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse
So where's the
practitioner.
therapist's
You're right, you're right.
testimony?
She had
Why
seen, I
is
think,
he
1 week before the
testimonying?
incident.
Yes, but even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Miss Kurt, she
Do you know what? That's when he should say, you need to ask the therapist. I can tell you what's written, but for context, you need to ask the therapist. I am appalled that they're putting him up before the therapist. Therapist should have been put up on this, in my humble opinion.
didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right.
Not that you're
you
aware
talked
of
about,
is the answer.
The event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see. I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th.
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so.
I would say no.
Oh
Oh gosh, y'all, this tea is good. Smooth in flavor. Not bitter. Well, had, but not like it's supposed to be. But I'm going to do something. I like something.
And she states that that she felt in a way that she had never felt before in that event on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
Don't you hate it when your socks creak all the way down? I don't know why my socks are acting up.
And I just want to be clear, doctor. So we've talked about nurse practitioner.
Perfecto.
Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kurt, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kurt.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
He's
Did
doing
she
a
ever
good
say
cross.
anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so. No.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Which you're probably not.
Who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report?
From her
Did Mr.
herself.
Smylie tell you that? That she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smylie did tell me that. Yes.
All right. Her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad. Yes.
How many of us have had teenagers? How many times do they zone out when we talk to them? Because they're going off in the head. Yeah. I've heard this again. I hate you. You're mean. You do this to me and you don't love me. I mean, come on. I mean, how many teenagers zone out? Zone out does not equal dissociation. Zone out, once again, does not equal dissociation. Thank you.
On
Heck, I
page
zone
7 of
out
your
here.
report, you talk about that the
Does
primary
that mean I'm
source of
dissociating?
Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Oh, please.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would,
Right.
in fact.
And
She
Carly's
did.
obviously worried about pleasing her.
Yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out.
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that and it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was
I want to
smoking
see
marijuana,
if she's
in
physically
March,
cutting.
in February
I
of
want to see the
2024.
scars.
Those were
If
all
she's
things
cutting
that she
classes,
reasonably
that's
concerned
another
that her
cutting.
mother would
Which is it?
find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate.
It is
phrase.
a double
Well,
life.
Carly was worried
Nice
that she
try.
was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right.
So yes, she was worried
And
that
when did
her
Carly say
mother
that she
would
started smoking
believe that
marijuana?
she's.
Carly told me. I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I had also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
Ooh, good point.
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them.
Did
or
you
not.
run a blood
I
panel?
don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But
Was
what
a
I
blood
know is
panel
that the
done?
medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof
Good
of
point.
that or.
And in fact, she didn't.
A lot
take
of
them as
people with
prescribed,
mental
because whenever
illness
she
do not
was
take their
being
meds
weaned off the
appropriately.
Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th rather than follow what was the recommendation.
Cold turkey
down to 25.
abruptly.
Right, but you said
He doesn't
that
want to
she had
admit
no
abrupt.
withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right.
The amount she was taking, there probably wouldn't be too much. I don't disagree with that.
Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March, it was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay. And so
How long does
your
it take to
opinion
build
is
in
based
the
off fact
system?
that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay. But again,
How long
you
does
don't-
it
you don't
take for it
know
to
whether-
build up
which day she started taking it on.
I
to
don't.
therapeutic
Alright.
dose?
And hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Yep.
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but it's a low, I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk, and the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay, her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
What?
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
Well, did they should have
And I think
done
you
a
actually asked
toxicology
Carly
screen on her.
about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. I could be wrong.
And they can put it under their tongue, make it look like they're taking it. Yep.
Page 10, third line down. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you.
Generally does not mean 100%. I'm playing devil's advocate, guys. Just because I play devil's advocate
right.
doesn't mean I'm
And,
on that boat.
And
Oh,
that's
she's
to page 8.
doodling.
Looking at page 8 on your report.
Yeah, this is a long day for everybody.
You're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said she remembered waking up, correct? She told you she remembered waking up that day.
Yes.
And she said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smylie asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss
What
Smylie
she
asked her
can
if she
legally
was
do.
lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smylie and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smylie and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smylie go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the
Right.
the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so. Yes.
We
And then
assume.
Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing, and then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And
Well,
then that's whenever Carly supposedly
Oh.
blacks out.
hold on.
Correct.
I want to stop. So, case one, you're telling
And
me
then come
they only found in her toxicology screening. What about the medication she was prescribed? And the other thing is that a lot of kids are getting MJ in vapes. And so parents aren't aware, even those who are permitted to vape are not aware that that's not vape. So I could understand the mother's anger. Shouldn't have been doing either.
comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
Ah, bingo!
I don't know
Bingo!
the answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point, she did have some awareness. because there's
Backtracking.
no
You said she
particular
was
connection, logical
not with
connection
it.
between coming out of a storm drain and then having actually done something wrong.
Right.
No, I'm not buying it.
And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident, and she said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was the logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would it also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about to the officer?
Yep.
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone,
Why did they
you
not
have no recollection
find
of it,
medication?
wouldn't it be logical to say I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right. And so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk
I don't
about in
see
your
that as
report after March
dissociation.
19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares in that report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Bamboozled. You've been bamboozled.
Now I want to talk about, you talked about a couple of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered. And I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
And it's what
All
you
right.
use to code to get insurance
so,
to cover the treatment and medication.
And you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is
It's not coded in the
bipolar
book.
and
They don't
2
treat
and
it.
hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little
Labels.
bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was
Manic.
suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually have not testified to that, but I think I would.
I can't help the
likely,
video.
Refer to it as a mixed state. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed
I
mood.
apologize.
And you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay. And I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates.
I could be in a bad mood for a whole month.
I don't have the specific dates on the calendar.
She's PMSing. She's a teenager.
That's what
They live in a bad mood.
And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it
like with
up and down, like you just testified?
She reported persistently elevated mood.
Still magnolias.
Looking back,
hell, I've been in a bad mood for 40 years.
Was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. Or thought she was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some.
You're trying to cover
things. She could be more tactful.
He's nailing you.
She was more restless, right?
He's trying to cover.
At least as it relates to
She could have been just PMSing.
January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024.
That's one thing I would ask.
Certainly no help.
Sir, do you know if she's menstruating?
Bipolar 2, correct?
Was she PMSing?
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Well, the house cameras.
And I believe she was seeing a nurse practitioner leave her at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February,
footage,
and then she saw her in March,
see her
right?
behavior.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
I'm not buying it. PMDD. Well, do you know what PMS stands for now? Putting up with men. But yeah, I mean, come on now.
All right.
And
You
they
talked
can.
about
Why don't
some,
they pull the video
some
of the
of your,
home of the previous week
Yes.
and watch her behavior?
Alternative
How was she
hypothesis,
walking?
correct?
How was she talking? How was the
And
family?
One of those was
What were they
that
doing?
She just simply panicked, and out of fear, I guess.
I don't know.
Her mom
I'm in
discovered her
menopause
burner
since I was
phone
33.
And
I've been in a bad
her
mood for
marijuana,
years
Her
then.
vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold
Well, she
blooded.
panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay. So that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right.
Cold-blooded.
And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Ms. Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here as we sit here today is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general, at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong. Although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask,
Nope.
Is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period.
Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she called and texted multiple friends, but obviously knew that she couldn't tell them what was wrong.
Right. We're not going to
over the
man
phone,
bash.
Then
Oh,
assume
I mean,
you
yeah,
also
mental
don't
ills. Yeah,
believe she
yeah. Well,
knew
that's
the
true.
difference
I'll
between right and
accept
wrong
that.
at that time.
I'll accept that.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she
Good one, Kristen.
she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right. And did you ever talk or see any talk to or messages from Thad Gilbert?
I don't remember. I've seen some about him, but as I sit here, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen those text messages.
Okay, so sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and admitted as an expert. If she were to have testified, one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language, but that's his words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, no, you can't do that. I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
When
What?
Her friend BG
You're delusional.
that you talked about earlier, whenever BG
I don't
told
think
her
you're going to
not
get
to
me
harm
more
herself or
testimony
anyone
jobs
else,
after this.
and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she invited over BW, that she put 3 in her mom and that her stepdad would be home shortly, and she had 3 more, still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
That's just.
And when she ran from the house after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing.
I hope
think
he
there-
goes
I think
back
there was a
and
lot
watches
else
himself
even before
and
the
takes
Lexapro was
notes.
begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions, and I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch to medication had an impact. I think it
Contributing
certainly had an impact.
factor.
I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right.
But it was
in fact,
the fact.
you state in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's
So
correct.
you cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information, as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Of course, indulgence.
Momento, please. Patience, please. Be a
I wanna
good
ask
time for a
you,
break.
just a second about dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory
Yep.
for how it begins. That when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body, like looking down on. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that
I
in
don't
that
know.
model that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you talked about some people having adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1 to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal
Right.
Reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicidal, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right. And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things, I guess, that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the dissociation is thought to be legitimate rather than malignant.
Okay. And as far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe in your interactions with her. You don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and what I've heard from the friends and the family,
Right.
In general. So overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
In my interview with Mr. Smylie.
Mr. Smylie, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay. Court's in order. And obviously, we just talked a lot about different actions that that Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smylie. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you do not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Nope.
Well, there is.
Not
There's
one.
literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is.
He should have
One moment.
pages.
On page 23 at the bottom of my report.
And in that literature, is it simply talking about dissociation, or is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
And you saw the video earlier, and where did you hear her ask about how's my stepdad in the video earlier with Deputy Chad?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right. But she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
Right. And that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there's clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing.
Right.
So now you're switching a little.
Nothing funny.
Redirect
Break.
examination. Well, hold on, before you get into that, do you have any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Shannon?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down?
How do you think this is going? Do you think this is let me do a poll. Let's
Smith.
wake up.
Yes, sir.
There's one page laying up here loose. I just
Okay.
wanna make sure it's in those records.
Yes, sir.
And if that was your copy, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's not missing. Yeah, I'll tell you what, while we're getting all our exhibits back together, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take a quick rest. Okay?
I knew that was coming.
Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits. Just a moment. Is it in evidence?
It's just, it's a copy.
Are we sure it's a copy? No, I think Ms. Todd had some documents up here. I'm just trying to make sure nobody has my, yeah, both y'all, I'm gonna chastise both y'all. You take my, once you put them in evidence, they belong to me. You don't return my exhibits, you go to jail. So do not walk away with my exhibits. All right,
That was mine.
you can have that one.
Woo!
All right, you're still
Snap.
under oath. You're still under oath. You're still testifying. Don't talk about your testimony with anybody. Okay.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a brief recess. That'll give you all time to make sure I got all my exhibits. All right. We'll be in recess about 10, 15 minutes.
Wow. Her hair looks a little better today. Okay, we got to well, I started a poll. Don't expect to get much response, but we started a poll. I'm gonna take a little sewing break, and I'm almost done with this one color. Gosh, it's taken forever to get done with that color. Black is gonna kill me. I don't even know if I have enough. Probably don't. Judge is not moody. Judge is pissed. They have crossed, well, they're sloppy, not prepared. All this stuff that's going on with evidence that should have been handled a long time ago. I'm like, not good. And did I just lose my feed? No. Okay, I can get rid of that. Oh, guess I can get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, no, he has a right to be angry. They have been hellacious today. I was like, y'all want to come back tomorrow? Y'all want to make it out of here alive? Get your crap together. They screwed up. And I can't get on Facebook for some reason. I click on your Facebook post and it's not showing up. Mary Kay, it's not showing up. When I click on it, it's just spinning its wheels. I cannot find the page. Okay. No. I'll wait a little while. It's not responding. So, yeah, y'all, this judge is like, we're done. We're done. He was sending them in and out like crazy, and it was the jury, and it was really upsetting him. By the way, Miss Mary Kay, what do you think about those? Let's see if I need to do this. Let's get the camera. There we go. The shells. Hand painted. Looks like fans. Yeah, no. This has been a rough day. All of us, we've all been struggling with this today. And look, there may be I got to say this. I know I've been really hard on the situation with this young girl. That said, if she truly is mentally ill, then she needs to go where she can get help. I have no shame in that. If she's clinically in a place that she's not well, then so be it. But I think the defense hit on it. I wish they would have spent more time on it. So are you telling us she didn't know right from wrong when she hid the weapon behind her back? Does she not know right from wrong when she's checking the kitchen to make sure the coast was clear? Are you sure she's not right from wrong? All of that. And I'm like, y'all, to me, she's not presenting in the manner in which this doctor is trying to present her. And that bothers me. I think that he's getting paid and he's trying to do everything he can to basically save her. I don't know if he even believes what he's saying. I don't. I don't. So, just saying. Just saying. Everybody's quiet. I have no mods on right now. Well, ADHD, you're on. You're a mod. Thank you so very much. Kristen's been on. Thank you. But everybody's been kind of busy and struggling. Do you know what? It feels like 8:00 at night right now, and it's only 4:30. It feels late. I feel like it's almost bedtime. I know I'm not dressed that great today. I was missing my daddy so I had to wear his shirt. You know how that goes. New comments. Where is it? Eddie, I'm lurking. Oh, day one. Yeah. Well, I tell you, they've not presented enough evidence to get me to think she did not. The video, how can if I was her attorney and I saw that video, I'd said you better plead out, my girl. Plead. What hurts me is there's so many who's actually needs help. You're right. This is so true. I did say you were here, Kristen. I did say when I said no, and they said, "Oh yeah." I said Miss Kristen and Miss ADHD. I did. I corrected it. Don't jump on me. Don't piss me off, Missy. I'll time your ass out. Sorry, kidding. No, but I'm just saying my whole team has just been generally quiet lately. It's okay. Christmas, Christmas. I don't think so. I got to brush that girl's teeth. Whew, her breath is raunchy today. I think I'll try and give her a bath tonight. Do everything. As an ex-retired groomer, I should know how. She hates water. That's my problem. And I don't like traumatizing her. I have a lab who appalls water. Ooh, interview. I need to go to my other computer and email myself. I need to work on my paper for Friday. Halloween's your favorite holiday? I need to start decorating for fall. Okay, guys, did anybody comment on the poll? Oh, that went away. Hurting the defense. Uh-huh. 100%. Boy, we've been 100% on our polls. It's not been split in any way, shape, or form. Oh. I used to have a parrot, and it used to talk and make all kind of noises. And now I've got a monkey who sounds like a bird. Oh, oh, that's their kind of words. That's their language. And I can't hear her. I remember, but I can't hear her. Well, what did I do that was so funny? Kelly's a bird, right? Please tell me I'm not making fun of somebody that's not a bird. My friend has those big macaw carrots. Nope, we don't. That thing was mean. Only his daddy could get anywhere near it. Mama was the only one who fed and changed the cage and cleaned the cage, and it attacked her many times. Eventually, it went to a new home. Okay, Sensei. Well, guys, my pupper is popping me. Oh, my puppers is telling me she needs to go to toilet. So I'm going to toilet her. I'll be right back. And my luck, they'll come in the moment I leave. Here we go. Okay, me back. My friend Tracy came in and I have a conch. Shell, a nice big one. Oh, people are selling them for, they're not $500. They're about 200, I mean, $40. They're not that much. But my shell is old. It's over there on my. Oh, let's see. Amazon has them for 26. Well, those are 30 for the. Yeah, they're not going to be. Yeah, they're not that expensive. Yep. Nah. I thought they would be more expensive than they are, but they're not. Now, these are smaller. The ones that I have sitting over here is like very old. I cleaned it up. It was sitting outside my mom and dad's, but my father got it when he was in the Coast Guard. Can't wait to see it. These are the ones that they bore out this and they blow. They're that big. It's a big one. It's a nice, has a little bit of a worn, maybe some chipped areas there, but in general, belonged to my daddy. So take, go lay down. Right now. I got to fix my chair. The screw came out and I don't know where it came from. Yeah, it's a nice one. It's a nice shell. Heavy. I imagine at some point I'll give it to whoever give it to someone when the spirit leads. May never give it away. Who knows? I keep things, but when I feel led in the spirit to give it away, I am obedient. So, oh, one more of these in the turquoise color and I'm done. Now I get to start on the other. The part that's going to bother me is the starburst in the middle, and then, yeah, I'm doing the easy stuff first. You did a dance? Oh, you want better music in that? You know, I found out that some of this music that is free is still, I can't monetize, so I have to be careful. All right, here we go. Wake up, everybody. Eventually, I'm going to have someone write something for me. It'll be my own copyrighted music. Or theirs, and I get to use it. Commission somebody to do it. I thought I had somebody, but he disappeared. Did you dance to that? Was that fun dancing too? Did we have a dance off? Oh, I have some great music, but every time I play it, I don't know. And then it says, you can't monetize or you have to share. And I'm like, but I paid for this program, access to this site where everything is royalty free. And they said, well, it is, but you can't monetize it. And I'm like, well, then why the heck did I pay for this when I can't use it freely? Just frustrating, I guess.
Redirect.
I redirect at this point in time, we would like to offer Dr. Clark's report into evidence.
Y'all approach.
I'd like to know what that girl is doing. Bet she's drawing.
Yes, ma'am. Be marked defendant's next in number for ID purposes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. She is getting an education. She's getting an education in the criminal
Dr. Clark.
process.
Did you come to your conclusions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
Yes, I do, Kristen.
Dr. Clark,
It was
during
a
your
prize
interview
from
with
my
Carly,
business,
who answered your
but
questions?
I think they're worth
Carly
it.
did.
And during your evaluation and interviews, who controls that?
I did.
And what would you do if you were having any issues with your evaluation?
I try to change the circumstances because having a accurate, appropriate evaluation is sort of critical to the work I was doing.
And how, based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to feel like they're in a surreal state, out of body experience when they are discussing traumatic events?
I'd say certainly not uncommon. I think many people that have had traumatic experiences do have the experience of feeling distant from it or feeling somewhat out of body.
Okay. And had you explained the term disassociating to Carly during your evaluation?
No.
Good question.
And was Carly already on Abilify when you interviewed her?
She was.
How long had she been on Abilify when you interviewed her?
I saw her on August 29th.
I could put
and she
ice
started on
drink in it,
Abilify on
and if it's sitting on my desk, it could be. I could
28th.
leave ice water
So
there
that
for a
would
day
make
and
it,
a half to 2 days, and it's still be
5
cold.
months.
And
Cool.
what dosage of Abilify was Carly on when you interviewed her?
I believe she was on 10 milligrams a day.
And do you recall how long she'd been on 10 milligrams a day by the time you interviewed her?
I believe her dose was increased from 7.5 milligrams to 10 milligrams in, I think, either June or July.
And did your conversation with BG change the opinion that you came to in your report?
No.
And you spoke with him after you produced your report?
Yes.
And did you hear SK
If you have a
testify this
Yeti,
morning
it's close
regarding her
enough.
text messages to Carly?
Yes.
Did you hear SK this morning reading out her text messages with Carly from
Yeah.
March 19th?
Yes.
Did that change your opinion?
No.
Is it fair to say that if you find yourself suddenly crawling through a drainage ditch, you know something's wrong?
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation with Carly, did Carly seem aware of how she got to the drainage ditch?
No.
But that was the first thing she remembered after taking the dogs out.
I want to know where the other kid went.
Did Carly seem
10
to know
milligrams
that
is
it wasn't
not
right for her to
excessively
be
high,
there?
but not low for a teenager.
Yes.
It's a managing amount. I mean, it's not astronomical. You're right.
Dr. Clark, if Dr. Clark, if a child knows that law enforcement is looking for them, what is the logical conclusion they are likely to come to?
You can't answer
I'm not
that.
Sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, let me rephrase. It's a bad question. If
No, it's a
If a law
question that he
enforcement
cannot
officer-
answer.
if a law enforcement officer has a child and is taking a child into custody and arresting that child, is it a logical conclusion for that child to come to that they're in trouble for something?
Yes.
Well, she was.
And would it be logical for the child to come to that conclusion even if they didn't know what they did?
If you don't
And
have one, definitely get the
child,
Stanley. Stanleys are more durable, in my
Do you
opinion.
believe that a child who is being arrested
Stanley's been around since over 100 years.
during your evaluation and your review of records, do you recall reviewing some counseling records of Kevin Gregg's?
Yes.
And do you
Well,
recall?
I apologize. I recall reviewing a record from the psychiatrist,
Right.
Dr. Hardy, for Kevin Gregg.
Yes, and that's what I meant by medical record. And based on your review of that record, do you recall the medication Thorazine?
Yes.
And who had been prescribed that?
So Mr. Gregg had been prescribed, I believe I saw 3 medications listed: Thorazine, Risperdal, and Zyprexa.
Let's start with Thorazine. What kind of medication is Thorazine?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic medication and sometimes called the first generation antipsychotic. It's an older medication.
Okay. And what was the second medication you said you observed?
Risperdal.
And what type of medication is Risperdal?
Risperdal is also an antipsychotic medication and it's considered as a second generation antipsychotic.
Okay. And what is the third medication that Mr. Gregg had been prescribed?
Zyprexa was the third medication, also a second generation antipsychotic.
It is hereditary. I get it.
Did you also observe in those records that Mr. Gregg had been hospitalized?
Yes.
And based on the medical records that you reviewed from Precise Medical Records and Ms. Kirk's medical records, were those medical records received were they produced in response to subpoenas directly to the various medical providers?
I believe they all were, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't something that I drafted up or something that Mr. Camp drafted up and sent to you, correct?
To the best of my recollection, all of those documents came with subpoenas.
Did I hear you correctly when you said it was a nurse practitioner at Precise Medical Clinic that prescribed Carly her medication?
I believe that Ms. Lerber is in fact a nurse practitioner.
Okay,
I
not a
believe.
psychiatrist.
Not a psychiatrist.
And they're working
Clark, does
under the
person
authority of
always
one
know
and
if
review
they've lost
everything
time?
weekly. There's nothing wrong with that. Bye, Kristen.
Dr. Clark, can a
See you manana.
person know
By the way, guys,
they've
at
lost time if they have no memory
12:30,
of it?
I leave. I'll leave this up and running and I'll be on remote.
Cora Loderola, it was touched on about her alleged disassociation. I'll allow him to answer the question.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. Can a person always know that they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
No. I think some people are aware that something has happened, and some people aren't very aware at all.
And when you reviewed Rebecca Kirk's records, did you see information in there regarding that Ashley Smylie had also spoken with Ms. Kirk?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And and based on your evaluation of Carly, was Carly afraid that her mother would find out that she was having these mental health issues?
Yes.
Is it reasonable that Carly would not?
There's a lot of
disclose
questions he's
that she
answering
was
that
having
he
these
really
mental
has
health
no
issues to
basis
someone she knew was
for.
talking to her mom?
Yes.
The question should be, did you ask Carly if she was fearful of her mother finding out? And he would say, I did not ask that question. See, there's a lot of stuff to me personally coming in here that I don't understand how they're allowing them to come in. I'm not a lawyer, but the stuff that's coming in is confusing me quite a bit. He's answering things as if he is her. You can't get her testimony in through him. Why are you trying to get her testimony in through him? You don't want her on the stand. But he can't testify to whether or not she was truly fearful of her mother unless he has a specific question that he asks. But generally, you have to ask her that. Everything he's testifying to me, a lot of it's hearsay. I understand he's an expert witness. I understand he's there to talk about the psychological, but there's a lot of questions that they're getting in that nobody's objecting to that I think, and once again, it's my humble opinion, um, but I'm confused as to why the prosecution is allowing this to come in the manner in which they are. My humble opinion. Let's continue.
Earlier in your testimony, you talked about how Carly was a follower. And if someone has more of a follower personality, are they likely to argue with law enforcement? Your Honor, he brought it up on cross. Why wouldn't she have argued?
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure being a follower makes much difference in that regard. I would imagine that for a 14-year-old who's being arrested or picked up by the police, they're not likely to argue. I see Carly as a pleaser. Perhaps that's more germane. I think it's unlikely Carly would have actually argued. That's not something that would be characteristic of her.
And do you recall your testimony earlier today when you were talking about dissociative disorders and acute dissociative reactions to stressful events, how you testified that Carly met most of the risk factors?
Yes, I believe I talked about the factors that would make it seem more likely that it was the real deal as opposed to malingering.
And I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the only factor that Carly didn't really meet was that she didn't seem to have any recollection of it instead of spotty recollection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if Carly's nightmares of gunshots were somehow her memories of that incident, then that would fit even more perfectly with your diagnosis, that the risk factors? You can answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly. I wouldn't use that word. The other thing I'd say, I wouldn't put too much stock in this whole thing. This is
Then why are you here?
The research that there is, it's not great research. So
Why are you
again, I wouldn't
here?
put too much stock in it. But yes, the fact that she would seem to have some awareness of what had gone on, some post-traumatic symptoms associated with it would make her amnesia a little more patchy.
Okay, and so having that patchy memory would fall in line with someone who is genuinely experiencing dissociative amnesia.
Yes, again, this is not proof. This is not proof that she experienced dissociative amnesia, but it would be a factor, weighing in that direction.
He's tired. He wants off that stand. We want him off that stand. We
And-
get it.
Dr. Clark, when we saw the body camera footage today, when Carly and Deputy Shack arrived back at Carly's house, were there already law enforcement videos and an ambulance there?
I actually couldn't see the video itself from where I was sitting, so I'm not sure.
And you know, if that is what the video portrayed, how likely would it be, or would it be logical for someone to believe something has happened?
I think it would be very logical for someone to think that something had happened. Yes.
Begging the court's indulgence.
Yeah, I'm with you. And how do you know this, sir? Because I was told that's not knowing, that's hearsay.
If no further questions, Your Honor, we tender the witness.
There's a lot of hearsay in this
You may stand
testimony.
Defense may call its next witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, hang on a hot second, okay? If y'all just give me 5 minutes. If anybody needs a restroom, now be a good time, okay?
What? What's in 5 minutes? I got to move this before I break it. Knock it down. Let me come back. She has got to stop looking. I want to hear what they said. I had a hard time. I can only hear it in my left ear. Go figure. I'm not even really hearing it, but I'm trying to read it.
All right, you may stand down. Defense may call its next witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, hang on a hot second, okay? If y'all just give me 5 minutes. If anybody needs a restroom, now be a good time, okay?
Did they just rest? Case one. Did they just rest? Did I miss it? They'll go to jury tomorrow. So she will not testify. That is one of the smartest things y'all have done. I would never a defendant get it up there unless I had hard proof evidence in hand, in black, white, red, green, yellow, orange, and neon, every color. That's dangerous.
Record will reflect or outside the presence of the jury, does the defendant re-urge this motion?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right, any further basis you wish the court to consider?
No further basis.
Does the state re-urge this, does the state argue the same responses before?
Yes, sir, with additional information that.
Agree to put it, okay. Any further argument?
No, sir.
All right. Court will overrule the motion for directed verdict for the record. All right, does the state have we all had a telephone call about a week and a half ago. You had a witness with a scheduling problem, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Still have a scheduling problem
That's correct, sir, for Friday.
for Friday. So I can recess. I mean, it's 4:47. What I'm saying is I can recess for the night. I should recess for the night. But if you have a witness problem, it's Wednesday night. Folks go to church. If you have a witness problem, we spend about an hour taking care of something else. I'll let you call the witness now. But if we don't have a witness problem, I want to rest. I want to be done for the night.
Your Honor, can I make sure we have 2 witnesses upstairs that are pretty short? Can I just make sure that they can both do that tomorrow?
Yep.
Y'all mind checking on that one?
Well, wait. Did she
That's
say they have
what I'm
another
saying.
witness
It's
for
not a
Friday?
convenience issue. It's an availability issue. Okay.
And Dr. Pickett's in the courtroom. He is available tomorrow.
Can we approach real quick?
Sure.
What? Okay, guys, captioning's not cutting it. Can someone explain to me what's happening? Because the caption's not cutting it and the video on my feed sucks. Glad to see it looks good here. But they have a witness scheduling problem. And you said till Friday. So are you saying that this is going to be going on longer? This is Wednesday. What are you going to do all day Thursday? What? I bet this judge is fit to be tied. I mean, when this is over, I would call all of them in and read them a riot act. Poor judge. He's got his hands full. I'd hate to be his shoes right now. Really would. I know they're going to probably talk to her about whether she wants to testify or not. A part of me wants to hear her. The other part of me just absolutely does not want to hear her testify. I think it's bad enough what she's got right now, but I think if they get her up there, they can break her. Oh, man. This is looking like crap. Yes, they've got a lot of breaks. But I appreciate this judge trying to keep things in tow and making sure everything's done correctly. But I do feel for the man. I would not want any of these lawyers representing me. What I don't understand is why are they trying her as an adult? Can someone explain that to me? I mean, I get it, sort of, but I don't.
While
Why
they're
is she
doing
being
that, I
tried?
want to look ahead to jury instructions. I got S1 through S7, and I got D1 through D6. Is that what we have? Is that correct? Okay. And y'all both exchanged sentencing instructions, correct?
So we filed our sentencing.
Yeah, I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but just make sure they were exchanged.
What I'm doing, someone asked a while back, why am I running this through my teeth? This is a plastic thread that's round. To get it through the eye of the needle, flatten it. It goes a lot easier. I got one more turquoise and then I'm done with all of these. Then I get to go to a new color. God help me.
Yeah, let's get started around 8. I'm gonna have the jury here 8:45.
Oh, Jesus. So that's 9:45. 9. That's 8 my time.
All right, I'm gonna bring the jury back in. I'll tell them to be here at 8:45 tomorrow. Give them my instruction. Anything further from the state before I bring in the jury? From the defense. All right, bring them.
Wow. Hunky dory fine.
Planning purposes.
So I'll be here at 8 a.m.
For planning purposes, how many do you have them?
Your Honor, there's people all over the United States and the world watching this. Can we try and do it at a better hour for all of us? Well, at least it's not 5, 6 in the morning over, well, what would that be in California time? What would that be in California IA time? He is going to go home and he's going to blow some steam. Whatever he does to chill. But he is not a happy judge.
All right, will the state have any witnesses in rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're at a point in the evening where we need a break for the night, okay? It's 7 minutes till 5, and I don't want to go late tonight and then have to bring y'all back tomorrow too, okay? For planning purposes, kind of bear in mind, if the case goes to y'all for some reason tomorrow, we can't disband till we have a verdict. So if you got child care issues, something like that, call your mama, call your grandma, call somebody. Let's get that taken care of for tomorrow, okay? I'm just trying to put y'all on notice as much as possible. Remember the court's admonition: do not talk about this case. Do not allow yourself to be exposed to any outside media. And please don't go look at any social media or do any independent research. Does everyone understand that? All right, I'm going to ask y'all to be back in the jury room tomorrow morning, 8:45. All right, with that, we'll be in recess for the evening, and everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Sure. That's all right. That's all right. Take your time.
Uh-oh, there's a man on the jury with an issue.
Tell your wife you don't know what time you'll be home tomorrow, and you don't know what time you'll be home Friday. How's that? But you can tell her you'll be home for the weekend. How's that? Yes. Yes. No. Thanks, sir.
Bring things to be comfortable in. Dress comfy. Bring your, 6 a.m. Oh, geez. Be it comfy. Bring plenty of snacks because you ain't getting much food there.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. I'd encourage both sides, if y'all have any evidence state that you intend to offer through your experts tomorrow, if y'all could at least produce the exhibits tonight. I mean, I understand you produced them in discovery, but let's go on ahead and make sure we go through them so we don't have any time lag tomorrow, okay?
I think everything that I think we'll be talking about the medical record.
He's trying to be professional. I can hear it or see it.
All right, anything further from the state before we close for tonight? From the defense? All right, best of luck. Y'all have a good night.
Get out of my courtroom.
Yeah, lawyers 8:30.
Well, y'all, that girl, I tell you, I'm done for the day on this. I got one more leaf, but I'm done. I'll leave it for tomorrow. My hands are starting to get that needle burn on my fingertips. Okay, you heard the judge. So 8 my time, 6 a.m. y'all's time. Hold on. So I don't know who this is. Oh, him. Okay. You guys, I gotta go. Y'all have a great evening. We shall see you mañana. Have a good one. Get some rest. Where is it? All right, guys, have a great night. Bye. I can't get my thing closed.